We'll have more food. We have a couple of exercises throughout the day. And as always, we encourage, jokes and sharing things with each other. And we're all humans today. Should also note that because we're all humans, if at any point you need to get up and go use the restroom or get some more food or get a drink, please do so. Today is going to be a long day. As Julian already said, it's going to be more than 4 hours. We're starting early in the morning with some welcome and introduction. We're going to talk about some ground rules in a second as well, provide some context and background around what we've heard from you all already in our survey and interviews and everything, and move on to understanding kind of how you see your role as a board and getting a chance to hear from each of you throughout the day. We're going to define the role of the board and let that kind of provide an overview to guide the rest of our conversations today. We're going to be doing a break right after that and a relationship exercise that hopefully get you all thinking through some challenges and leaving with a bit of optimism and excitement for overcoming those challenges. After that, we're going to work through some committee work plan agenda items and break up into 2 groups on either side of the room and discuss kind of what that plan looks like for 2025. And we recognize that there's a lot that you all want to do, and you have many years to do that. So for today, we're going to focus namely on 2025. After that, we'll pause again for some lunch, have a chance to chat and take a break, and then continue on with the second half of our agenda after that. We're going to talk through the 2025 board goals and metrics. And so as you have already seen, I believe also there should be copies in front of you. Julian put together some board goals for you all to react to. And what we're going to also try to understand is how exactly do you want to hold yourselves accountable to those goals? How do you measure your progress and make sure that you are meeting those goals throughout the year? Towards the end of the day, we're going to make sure we also touch a little bit on this idea of collaborative planning and communication, and really dive into how you all work together as a board and give you hopefully a couple of thoughtful, reflective questions to consider throughout your time together, and a couple of best practices that can be useful for working together on a board. You all have begun to do so, and I think it's exciting to see all the work that you're getting done already. And we want to position you all for a really successful year ahead to make sure that you feel well positioned and empowered to tackle those 2025 goals, the committee work plans, and continue your important role as a board. As we've already mentioned, there are going to be a couple of ground rules today that we encourage you to follow. First of all, we're going to use first names today. Hope that is all right with everybody. You all are going to work together, and I know you may be used to calling each other a director in your last name during meetings, but it's Saturday. We're going to have a great day together. Let's use first names. Jonathan and I, throughout the day, are really here to help you all stay focused on the objectives of the retreat and today's conversations. And what that often looks like is trying to keep conversations focused on the retreat objectives. One way to do that is through, you may have heard of a parking lot. Today, we're going to call that a bus depot to make sure we're tracking some. The alternative was train yard. We went with bus depot, but next year we can see. We're going to track outstanding questions and ideas that are shared and make sure we don't lose those. But things may be more appropriate at your next meeting, after, in between meetings and other forums for those discussions. And what we will do today as well is ensure that all directors are participating. Sometimes that might look like calling on you, so get ready. We're going to make sure that we hear all of your perspectives, give you time for some reflection, give you time to answer. And as you are doing that, we also encourage you to listen actively to what your fellow directors are sharing. It's really important to minimize side conversations and be present and really try to listen and learn today. That's maybe the theme of the day, listen and learn. And of course, be cognizant of what others need to participate. Folks may process differently and learn differently and pose different types of questions, and we want to welcome all of that as long as it relates to the retreat objectives. I think we're also just going to maybe touch briefly, if you'd like to add anything else, Julian, on the preview of the draft board goals. We're going to be spending a lot more time with these later today. But just upfront, if there's anything you'd like to add about, what what this looks like for you all. We want you all to keep these in mind as we continue through today's conversations, these sort of overarching. And as I said, I believe there is a copy in front of you, so take notes as needed.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I forgot in my opening remarks, just a big thank you for both of you for being here, Jonathan, Patrick, and the help that you've done. So you guys got a preview of this during our full board meeting, our 3 goals that we came up with. And again, this is my inner teacher coming out. So if I hover over the projector, that's kind of why. So first one is to establish an efficient process for the board of directors to create short-term goals for the GM, CEO prior to the finalization of the annual budget for the next year. So in layman terms, basically, we heard during the last board meeting, which was Tuesday, even though it felt like months ago, it feels like, we heard that this process was frustrating for directors, frustrating for Deborah. And in all honesty, like I said, I've talked to Patrick and I've talked to Matt about figuring out what the best steps are going to be going forward to set up our GM CEO's short-term goals. Again, it was brought up. We're kind of doing the practice backwards when it comes to it. The budget is presented to us, and then we're setting our short-term goals or finalizing our short-term goals for our CEO and GM. It really should be, we're talking about this is what we want to see as a collective board. Now fix this into our budget. We should be really the ones that are having a good say into how our budget ultimately looks. So that's kind of, again, in simpler terms, that's what goal 1 is going to be, is making sure that we're rewriting when it comes down to where our say is as a director and seeing that as a financial change going forward. And this isn't just for 2026. This is going into the future. Again, we were elected to have a major say for this agency, and that comes to our annual budget. So again, Matt and Patrick are going to be working with Jack and the rest of the staff to potentially figure out most likely a couple study sessions and then a future retreat to not only finalize or at least get close to a final draft for Deborah's goals in 2026, but also to establish what is the best practice going forward so we as a board of directors have more say in setting up the annual budget. Number 2, all directors will expand engagement with public stakeholders to grow the number of communication channels between multiple communities and the agencies. We just need to be more present, okay? Because some of you guys as directors, I'll be honest, you're doing a better job than I am when it comes to actually making those connections and talking to your constituency. We want to make sure that your guys' town councils, your mayors, your legislators, your chambers of commerce, business leaders know who you are. You are elected to this position to represent your district. And again, twofold, make sure that you are a voice for the board as a collective in saying what progress we have ultimately accomplished. So this is going to be really encouraging that we are making those connections with our stakeholders. And then finally, ensure a structural system is in place for directors to create an active policy agenda that encourages more director-initiated items. So what this looks like is that policy form. That policy form you guys were introduced to, which several of you, actually a lot of you filled out, which I wanted to thank you guys all for doing that. It acts as a centralized location to figure out where we want to achieve our policy objectives. My 4 years of experience basically has been, well, I have this idea, I'm hearing this from my constituency, Deborah or whoever is the staff member, how do I get this done and how is this possible? It's a little bit of the wild, wild west when it comes down to us creating policy. So the whole idea is this form, and it's not just the form, the form is a pilot program, but there's some kind of structural mechanism in place for us to hear from our community and turn that into strategic policy. Because if we kind of get lost in saying, well, I heard from our community and we really want X, Y, and Z. We want to have it where we don't want any paintings or any advertisements on our buses. And let's get this done. And we just throw that at staff. And that's just an example, okay? And we just throw that at staff. Where is it going to go? There isn't buy-in from the board. Rather, the more appropriate measures would be Vince and Matt have heard from their communities, and we want to accomplish X, okay? Where is that going to fall? Is that going to be a study session? Is that going to be a working group? Or is that going to be discussed as potentially an ad hoc committee or a study session? Again, the whole idea is we're having it where we're channeling our ideas and figuring out what is the most strategic way to get it done. That's going to make it so that director and acted initiatives are going to be, ultimately accomplished. And also it's respecting our staff so they can give us the right resources that we need to get those accomplished. So I hope this is kind of what I heard from you guys as a board of directors, but we're obviously going to go back and talk a little bit about it later on. I just want you guys to kind of sit on it, think about it, and see, are these the goals we want to go forward? Because this is what I've heard as common themes from all of you. So thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Appreciate that recap. We've thrown a lot at you so far. Promise we won't be talking at you the whole day, but are there any just brief clarifying questions about those goals? Like I said, we will revisit those later in the day and discuss them more in depth. But if there's anything that, any questions that are burning at the moment that you think would provide clarity and help you reflect throughout the day, please share those now. Great. Well, then I suppose we can move on to introductions. Many of you know each other already. You spent many meetings together, have worked together, some of you for many years. So what we want to do today is maybe encourage you all to see another side of each other and share something that you may not have in the past. And so please, we'll just go around the room, everybody here seated in the middle, and share your name, your district, where you're from maybe, and think about this question here. What life experience or experiences do you feel has best prepared you to contribute to the RTD board's mission? That can look a lot of different ways. Maybe it's professional, maybe it's personal, maybe it's the first time you rode a bus when you were 4 years old, whatever it may be. We'd just love to hear that from you all. So just take a look at this question for a second. Think about your answer. Hopefully you all know your name already, but this question may be a little harder.
Want to volunteer? Is that what you're asking?
Sounds like you have an answer ready to go. Let's
Go first. Stand up. There. Easier to stand up because I am very short. Have you noticed? So my name is Kathleen Chandler, and I am a fourth generation Colorado native. My grandfather owned the very first grocery store in Canyon City, Colorado. My great grandparents and grandparents and my parents are all buried in the Canyon City area. I moved up to Denver in the 90s and I've loved it ever since. I rode a lot of RTD in the 90s and early 2000s, and I live in Southeast Aurora, which is District F. My district is from the I-225 corridor east all the way to E470. So much of my district is considered more of a rural area. I think what's prepared me to contribute is just my lived experience as a Coloradan, to see where Colorado has come from and where it's going, and to see the changes that has come to this great place. I see the rural area, but I also have lived in the Denver metro area. I work downtown, so I'm downtown quite a bit. And I think that has allowed me to see how transit is very important to the vital health of my community, much less the state of Colorado. Is that good?
That's a great way to start off. You're setting the bar high.
All right, here you go.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Jack, you get to go next because it's a microphone. Jack. I'm sorry, Jack. I meant Troy.
Ready, I'm not. I'll go and then you're up. So yep, I'm Jack. Everyone knows me. I came to RTD by way of the CU Board of Regents. So I walked in everyone's shoes that's here, similar shoes at least, serving as an elected board member for 6 years. So I know the challenges that you all face, and I hope I can bring some of those experiences and those learning lessons I learned to you all to help you all be more effective directors as a group or as individuals and as a group. And then just something about me, I didn't own a car until I was 25. I took RTD everywhere. The only reason why I got a car was because I really wanted to make an impression on this wonderful lady that I worked with and I'm now married to. And I was sitting in a situation where, you know, you can only have too many strikes against you. And I, at the time, lived with my parents. I was her coworker and I didn't own a car. And so I had to solve for one of those three things to make it work. And I solved for the easiest one, which was the car. And then on the very first date we went on, I forgot to pick her up. I called her from the restaurant and she was like, weren't you picking me up? So there you go. That's, yeah. Yeah.
Now you know.
I don't want to follow that. Troy Whitmore, entering year 7 of my service to RTD on the board. I guess I would say part of my background at my former job, my former career, was working in governmental affairs. And I think that prepared me for understanding the different viewpoints of leaders at the state legislature and certainly on city councils, because I was in the electric utility business, and it's not really an R business or a D business. There's influences on the industry from party politics, but you end up with the need to know the priorities of leaders on both sides of the aisle. And what struck me is that I really enjoyed that because you got a diversity of opinion and broadened my horizons, kind of took the goggles off or cleaned the lenses of how people look at the world and the service that we had provided. So I think that really helped prepare in working with this board and constituents at RTD, because there's a lot of similarities. And then I did spend 4 years on city council in Thornton back in the 90s. And one of the things that we were looking at was the rapid expansion of Thornton. I think we were at about 60,000 home or residents then, and now it's double that. So we were looking ahead at needs, and the one that struck me as the most important was transportation. And you know, the way to build out Thornton and to have the type of infrastructure that we needed to move people properly. So I think that's why transportation jumped up in my kind of priority of service during those few years and many, many years after through chambers of commerce and economic development agencies, so on and so forth. So with that, I have had a car since I was 15 and a half. But I grew up in rural Colorado, and there were only school buses, and we didn't want to ride those too much. You ready, Chris?
I guess we're handing around the mic. Hi, I'm Chris Nicholson, director for District A. Proud to say this is my district here in this part of, I think, Golden Triangle is what we're calling this these days. I grew up in Northern California in an incredibly sort of suburban part of Silicon Valley, where the transit system, VTA, was only used by basically individuals experiencing homelessness and individuals who'd had their license taken away. And in my entire life, my mother and I think also my brother have never been on a public transit where I grew up. I'm also, through my mom's side, you know, the son of a native New Yorker. So I've been out to New York many times and taken the incredible public transit that they have there. I hated driving so much in Silicon Valley that I gave up my car when I moved out here. After having, I should say, gone to school in Los Angeles at the University of Southern California, which you want to learn to not like driving, LA is a great way to do that. and have lived without a car for 7 years, riding RTD here in Colorado. And, it's been an interesting experience and continues to be. But I would say that overall, those encounters on a regular basis with public transit systems around the country, good, bad, and the ugly, are what have probably prepared me best for this. Thanks. Oh, I should also say 20 years of working in public policy and politics gives you a feel for how to interact with elected officials and, other types of similar situations. Thanks. Bye.
Great. I think, well, each table has a.
Sorry,
yeah,
just passing it around.
maybe we can.
You'll have to turn them on. When you pick.
Maybe that table in the back there, Chris or Michael?
Hey, Chris Gutschenritter. I'm in District D. And what's prepared me is I'm on 3 different boards and commissions in the city of Englewood. I've lived in several cities, Cincinnati, Chicago, New York, and Atlanta. Taken the public transit, seen the good and the bad. And then lastly, have worked in consulting, seen a lot of different companies, and just kind of that general business experience, understand, what to look for, what's good, what's bad. So.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Peggy Catlin, and I am currently attending my 8th retreat. Okay. My entire career has been in transportation, and in all modes of transportation. I said my entire career has been in transportation, and I would say all modes of transportation. I've been involved in aviation, passenger rail, freight rail. RTD was a client of mine when I was in the private sector. Then I moved on to the public sector, where I was Deputy Executive Director of CDOT. And I had a number of acting roles, so I should have gotten an Oscar because I was acting budget director. I was acting chief engineer. I was acting, you name it, I played the role. But everything was related to transportation. And I partnered when I was with CDOT with RTD on a number of really great projects. The first one was the Southeast Corridor. The next one was Denver Union Station, a number of the Fast Tracks corridors. So my experience was really very relevant, and that's why I was appointed to fill a vacancy in 2018 and have served a little longer than Troy because I'm coming up next month on my, or no, it's this month. It is February, isn't it? On the anniversary of when I was appointed and sworn in. So I'm really glad to be here today, and I've seen a lot of change in the almost 8 years I've been on the board, and I think we're going to see more change. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Karen Benker, and I'm starting my 9th year at RTD. I know. I grew up in Buffalo, New York, and when I was old enough, I got onto a Greyhound bus and I moved to Missoula, Montana. I ended up in the state budget office, and that's probably where I learned the most about government and how to run it and all that good stuff. When I say budget office, I suspect most people's eyes glaze over. However, that is where the action is. And so every time an issue comes up and there's a problem, it goes to the budget office because you've got to fix it. And it's usually fixed with, how do we get the resources to fix this problem? So I worked at the state office for 10 years, and I was one of the few budget analysts that liked to move around to all the different state agencies, primarily because I loved meeting new people and learning new issues and just getting involved with different things. But one of my agencies was CDOT. And so I remember, I don't even know why I went and I filled out the forms at the RTD office. And then I decided I'm not going to run. Why am I doing this? And then someone that had been on the board saw my application and came to visit and said, you know, you really should run. So I decided to do it. And I've learned a lot. I really had a very fulfilled and wonderful time, difficult time working at RTD from 92 to 2000. But it's good work. And I think that's what we're here to do now, to continue the good work. So thank you. I'm in my second district. So I still miss District M over here, but now I have District I. So this is still new for me. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Hey, real quick, the question on the board is the RTD board's mission. Is that the same as making lives better through connection for the whole agency, or do we have a separate mission that we're talking about? I'm curious. Okay. My name is Michael Guzman. I am the director from District C, and it's Guzman. The Z is an S, and it's not Guzman or Guzman, Guzman. My family's been here since time immemorial, at least on my mother's side, since before this was considered any European country's property or their descendants. So I bring that experience with me. I'm tied to the land. I grew up not far from here in my district, across the street and down a ways, and learned to walk on the crooked sidewalks barefoot. The experience that I bring to this board is that I grew up on it. 50 cents, always in the bottom of my shoe to get home from going swimming at Congress Park because there was no pool, public swimming pool on this side of town. And we would have to go and come back. And your shoes didn't get stolen in those days. So you could be sure you'd have the coins to get back on the bus. A lot of trust from the adults in our lives to go and come back on our own as children. So I'm very comfortable on the 15 and the 31 and the 0 and all of the fun parts of RTD. And I want to see it be a world-class system. But I want to see it be a world-class system from the point of view of the person waiting to get on that bus stop on Broadway or on Federal. My grandmother would take us to the doctors on the bus. My mother would pick us up from daycare on the bus coming from DU. And as we talk about making lives better and improving the human experience in our region, my mother went to DU Law on the bus. And she graduated, one of the first Latinas to graduate, Chicanas to graduate. She would smack me for saying it that way, from DU Law. And she's still practicing to this day. And there are many aunties out on the wall in the hallway that I didn't get to go honor before I walked in. But my family has very deep roots here. And growing up in an experience in Puerto Rico, up in the mountains, where a bus came through and you could get hit with it on the old highways, but you had to be there on time and there was no schedule, and you had to yell at the bus driver that you were going to get down versus pulling a string or tapping a button. To get down to the city happened a couple times a day on a much less frequent cadence than we have on most of our routes here, has taught me the value of having public transportation. I do drive. I drive my mother's car when she needs me to go run errands. That will require more than a lengthy bus trip, but I tend to stay on public transportation, and I'm on it almost every day now. So I bring a perspective of just commonality and community to this, which is why I was asked to serve, invited to serve by my community, and ran because that invitation came.
Thank you. I think we're gonna maybe pass it to you, Lynn, if you are ready.
Sure, thank you. Good morning. I am Lynn, and I grew up in Baton Rouge, moved out here moved around several places, and then came here to CU for law school. practiced law for a number of years, but haven't for over a dozen or so. After that, I got into a business that my late husband was running, that we did marketing and advertising in the bicycle and outdoor industries. And later, I started a project that was working with a number of cities around the country, Seattle, Cambridge, Denver for a while, San Diego, Kansas City, to promote their transit and biking and walking, their alternate modes, which turned out to be fun, but I got sick of selling, so I sold that off. And I came to transit really through a couple of things. One was bicycle advocacy. We were very involved in regional and federal bicycle advocacy. My company, mostly through my late husband, was one of the 4 founders of People for Bikes, which was the largest national and international bike advocacy organization. It's raised billions for bike facilities, lanes, and paths and things like that. And then I was also very active in the Democratic Party. So between the two, others started encouraging me to think about this role. And I was using the buses. I am a cyclist, so I don't always use the bus, but I do use alternate modes. And I've been on the board for, this is like Peggy, I'm going on my 7th year. I think I was just trying to think of my experiences. I've shared with some before that one of my memorable transit experiences was being on the bullet train going from Tokyo to one of the other cities, and it stopped in the city we were going to, and my friend and I started getting our stuff down to go to the front, and the train took off again, and they do not wait. I learned a lesson there, and we went to a different city. So it's been a great 7 years, and I'm excited to have the new people bring new ideas and drive for it. Thanks.
Thanks, Lynn. Maybe we can bring it to this table.
So again, Julian Bouquet, District G is my district, which is the suburban district, mainly representing Parker and Lone Tree. I bring that up because I grew up in Parker. Parker is my hometown. And I teach down in Douglas County and Highlands Ranch. So if at any point I seem a little crabby, it's because I probably was dealing with 8 hours of a child who might have just thrown their shoe with 5 minutes left in the school and they just threw it on the roof. And again, if you're not aware, I teach middle school. So it is a very difficult age. I am not a high school teacher. I'm not an elementary school teacher. I'm right in the middle. So again, if I ever feel crappy, it's because I was dealing with that all day. So my transit experience really started in college. So I graduated from the University of Denver, and I was a commuter student. And at the time, I was like, oh man, I'm not getting the dorm experience. I'm not getting to live down on campus. And college was kind of a chore or a job for me, in all honesty. It was just getting my degree. And I'd always be using the E or F line from Lincoln Station to get down to university. And I was like, oh, this is like, I got to take the train. I get a chance to just do my homework. It was just seemed like a business when I was like 18 to 20 years old or 21 years old. And it really took my sophomore year where a group of friends and we went and decided to take the train downtown, or, decided to go and take a bus up to Boulder. And that's when I really experienced the potential of public transit, and it really can get you anywhere. And as Deborah always says, it is kind of that great equalizer. Again, I'm someone who didn't have that experience early on, like a lot of you have, but getting to discover the joy that you can use public transit and the world you can discover with it, I really appreciate it. And again, during a time where I truly think, as a public school teacher, as a public elected official, as someone who believes in public utilities and good, we're in a world where that's under attack. I truly believe that. I believe there are folks in power right now, mainly at the national level, that don't really believe in public entities. And that's one of the things that I think also us to kind of be motivated by and think about as we go forward, and think we're protecting this, because without it, it isn't that great equalizer. So sorry, I'm going on a little spiel with it, but I think that's the preparation as being a public employee that prepares me to defend a public system. And also my experience personally riding the trains, riding the buses. That's why I love it so much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Deborah, and thank you for that, Julian. For me, public transportation is who I am. It is something that I grew up utilizing. I wouldn't be standing here sharing my story with you if it wasn't for public transportation. I can remember as a small kid being on the bus with my grandmother as well. When I would go, my sister and I would go visit her in St. Louis with my mom. As my parents had one car, no, they had two, but still, mom would take us and we would get on the bus. And the reason I share this is because I was one that would be clamoring to get on the bus. I actually had some great experiences with the original RTD, being the Southern California Rapid Transit District in LA, and we would go to Venice Beach and have a good old time in the back of the bus and have a party. And basically, as I think about what it means for me, this is a stat that you may not be aware of. There's 6,700 public transit agencies, be they rural, be they urban, within this country. And what's incredibly important about that is you can look at certain research studies that have been done through the Pew Research Center. And generally, when you look at that, the most transit reliant individuals are single mothers of color. And then more specifically, as we break it down a little bit more, just in a general sense, they are Black and brown people. And generally because in urbanized areas, you have greater populations of that demographic. But what's really important is that there's not a lot of people that look like me that are heading transit agencies. I have my kitchen cabinet. I know who they are. And really, it's incumbent upon me to stand on the shoulders of greatness for those that came before me and be that representative from the bus stop into the boardroom. Just like this morning, I took the Zero, had a wonderful conversation with this gentleman who actually was telling me about our PIDs, our passenger information display signs, and what I need to look for. So I just lean into the moment. And more specifically, when I was on this bus, this other gentleman is like, well, you know, you need to pull the cord. I don't know why they make an assumption I don't know how to take the bus, because I take it all the time. But it's really great. And I think with us being convened today, which is the first day of Black History Month that was started back in 1926 as Negro History Week by Carter G. Woodson, which was the second person of color, a Black man, to get his PhD from Harvard after W.E.B. Du Bois. We, as Julian said, need to stand up and show out because public entities are under attack. And I think if anything, that's what we need to do collectively. And I am here to support the board in relationship to those policies, because public transportation is the great societal equalizer and it's interwoven into the fabrics that we serve. And that's why I chose to be a public servant, because I get immense joy from giving back to the communities. And without public transportation, we would not have the great economic engine within this metro region. Just think about the third busiest airport in the entire country that connects with a viable intermodal hub. I know Chris works for DaVita. That was one of the reasons DaVita decided to put their headquarters where it's located. So all of that comes full circle, and we're a part of that. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Brett Pagliari. I'm director for District M. I really like hearing all of y'all's transit stories, because it sounds like you all have similar stories where transit has been intertwined with your families and your upbringing, and it's very similar to me. Although I was actually born in my district, I spent the first 10 years of my life in a small town in New Mexico, Los Alamos, on a street that didn't have a sidewalk. And I saw immense improvement to the neighborhood connectivity, and we all made better connections once we got a sidewalk in. So I saw that step. And then my town got public transit for the first time, and I saw immense like public support and a lot of good things in our town that came from first building sidewalks and then building transit, and all the connections that were made thereafter. And then I spent, after I was 10 years old, I moved back to Colorado and I've been there ever since. But I grew up in a place in Arvada that was not friendly to anyone except cars. And I really saw the damage that it does to communities, to friends, to even, you know, relationships that you can't see as often just simply because you can't walk or bike or take a bus to go see them when you're reliant. And then this is all relevant, I swear. I had to drive like over an hour round trip just to go to high school growing up. So I've done a lot of driving in my life. I don't enjoy driving because I think it's stressful, but I have had to do it a lot, and I've had the privilege to do it. But I've seen how when we build our society in a way that requires everyone to basically be in an isolated vehicle, you don't get to build the connections that you might when you're interacting with the public. For example, a really monumental thing that happened was they closed the library on a few days a week by my house. So I grew up in a time, and we're in a time now, when our public institutions are being closed or attacked or simply just not cared for and not valued. And so although I don't have as much working experience, I have relevant customer service and customer experience building experience. So I really view things from the rider's perspective, and I've ridden. I really think that I bring to the board a view of how, like, the vision of transit can build a better community and a better nation overall. And the final thing I'll add is I have had the privilege to travel. I studied abroad when I was in college in Bangkok, of all places. And actually, Bangkok has phenomenal transit. The buses come every 10 minutes. And they have a metro and they have a sky metro. So they have an underground and above ground metro system. And I've actually flown around the whole world. I've visited dozens of countries, I think 28. So I've seen how transit can work successfully. And I notice more than just the buses arriving on time or the train's frequency. It's really how people know their neighbors, people interact, they feel like they're part of a system, they don't feel isolated, they live longer, happier, healthier lives. And I think that eventually Denver can become a better city through better public transit, and that's what I hope to bring. So thank you. Take that one there.
Sorry, I just want to have my back to everybody. So Vince Busick, District J. So it's Westminster, North Glen, Federal Heights, Western Thornton. I-25, US 36 go through my district. So my life experiences that help prepare me for this, I think, are threefold. First, how I grew up and where I grew up. Second, my career progression. And third, my public service progression as well. A lot of you, this is going to be repeat for some of you people, but just bear with me. Born and raised in Chicago, quite a robust transit system, even back in when I was growing up in Chicago. Raised by a single mom, didn't have a car. We took the bus and the L and the subway everywhere. High school, bus and train. And that could take the beeline to Addison to California. I'm at school. So that, you know, Deborah talks about transit being the great equalizer and how important it is, and I learned that firsthand by experiencing that when I was a kid. Career progressions. So some of you also know that for 8 years I served in the city of Chicago as a police officer. When I had that job, I got people to do what I wanted them to do because I said so. Then I worked my way through law school, been an attorney for 37 years, doing a lot of litigation work. There I get people to do things that I want them to do because I tell them it's in their best interests and so forth. So those are the kind of the background of my thinking. And then I got involved in public service back in 1999 on the Broomfield City Council for 8 years. Adams County Planning Commission for 6 years. I was the chair of the Colorado Gaming Commission. And in those roles, I learned how to take the because I said so and because it's good for you to how do we convince people that, you know, how do we interact with the public? How do we get them to help us understand what to do and then put that into policy? Because a lot of times you just want to say, because I said so. Because as policy setters and as governing officials, just like as an attorney, I tell people I have two hats, right? I'm an advocate for people, and I'm a counselor. I go to court, I advocate for you. I fight for you. But I'm a counselor first. When you come to my office and I sit you down, and if you're saying something crazy, I'm going to say, well, wait a minute, let's put the brakes on this. In this position, we serve two roles as well. We're representatives and we're governors, right? So we represent a constituency, that is the people that elected us. We listen to stakeholders and public interest groups, but our constituency are the people that elected us. So we represent them. But we also govern, because a lot of times, just like when I have a crazy client come in and say, it's all about the principle. Yeah, that costs a lot of money. We have to govern sometimes and say, listen, I understand what you're saying. I've just read 500 pages of a packet and investigated all these other things. Here's why that's not going to work. And here's why I think we should probably do this. So we wear a lot of different hats in this job and in all the other jobs I've had. And I think that's what's kind of prepared me, and this evolution in my life has led me to this and working with you all. So thanks.
I'm Matt Larson. I represent District E. I grew up in Omaha, Nebraska, but then from there, what's it? Yeah, and then before I lived in Denver, lived all up and down the East Coast in Philadelphia, New Jersey, New York City, Connecticut, and actually Boston for a year, and then I lived in San Diego for about 10 years. I guess what I think has best prepared me for being on this board is really my business experience. I've worked for medical device companies most of the last 20 years, basically widget manufacturers. But I mean, we've gone through. I've been very involved in the process of sort of forecasting and planning for the companies that I've been with. I've also I've been part of the management team that's interacted with the board, and they were always public companies, and the board, I would have to be involved in kind of the negotiations that we would have with what the board wanted. And I've also been very involved in developing incentive plans for salespeople most of my career, and so I think I know something about sort of what motivates at least a certain kind of person. Beyond that, my public transit experience was mostly after Omaha. Most of the cities on the East Coast and San Diego, I would take public transit whenever I sometimes I had to, and sometimes it was just the more convenient thing. But I have seen, I guess, mostly other North American country or cities, how they've delivered public transit. Now here in Denver, I've been involved with, I guess I kind of consider myself an urbanist at this point. I've been involved with YIMBY Denver, and so I have a lot of, I think I've learned a lot or know a lot about kind of the interface between dense housing and dense development and transit, and so I hope to kind of get involved in that side as well. So that's it.
Thank you. And well, let's come to our last table. Melanie, would you like to start?
Okay, good morning. I'm Melanie Snyder, General Counsel. I grew up in Arizona and then went to law school in California, and then I've been living here in Denver for 20 years now. I married a Colorado native. We live in Park Hill, just a few blocks from where he grew up, and my husband did grow up riding RTD. I guess I will say, as an attorney, of course, I have advised both private and public entities, and I really derived the most satisfaction in advising public entities. I spent over a decade at the Colorado Attorney General's office, advising many, many boards and commissions at the state level. And at RTD, what I really appreciated, I'm coming into my 5th year here at the agency, and it's just been such an incredible opportunity to be able to contribute to an agency that has such an important mission that helps advance our climate goals, helps provide such incredible contributions to the people and the customers that ride our system and rely on us. And it's
public transit is also such an incredible force for the economic vibrancy and commerce in our region. So those are all really important things to me. As I reflect back on, you know, not just my legal experience, but, you know, my upbringing, I was the second oldest child of 6 children. And, you know, I think I'm known to be the peacemaker of the family. I negotiated a lot of conflict amongst the children. So I think that's helped me in my career. And I was also the strange kid that used to think it was fun to read the encyclopedia. I don't know if people even know what those were, but those were all the books, and reading the encyclopedia was a big thing. So that has really helped me. I've always been very intellectually curious, and there is so much to learn about RTD and the various business modes. I've always thought that to be a good attorney and to be useful to your clients, if you don't understand their business and you're not learning about their business and you're not learning about their finances, you don't really add as much value as you can. So those are the things that have helped inform the role I'm in now.
Thanks, Melody. Is it going to work? Try the other one. Listen, I can use this. I'll come around. Patrick O'Keefe, I'm District H. It's if you look at the map, it's the foundation of the RTD. It's kind of got the base of it. So I was trying to think what prepared me for this. I've worked with boards, I've worked on major projects, worked in government. I haven't been a police officer, but I've had a pretty serious conversation with a few, which maybe that prepared me. But I was thinking like, no, I got it. I'm a beekeeper, right? Okay. You have to learn to move slowly, but sometimes you have to run. Everyone has a role in the hive. That hive changes over the time, right? The entire focus of the hive, this is where it gets a little weird, but appropriate, focuses around the queen bee or the queen bee. And everyone has a role to keep that queen vibrant and happy and healthy. But the job of the hive is, the focus of the hive is not, the fundamental focus of the hive is not the queen. It is the hive. It's the survivability of the hive and making sure the people that come after you are in a better condition and better able to succeed and live in the next year. So I do a lot of beekeeping analogies, but this one actually, I'm like, this one might actually work. So yeah. No, just be honest.
I couldn't tell if you were serious either. Hey everybody, I'm Ian Harwick, District L, mostly Arvada and a little bit of Southwest Adams County. The thing that I've really gathered just from this today is how much overlap there is from everyone here and just in little parts and pieces. And you know, I've done a lot of very similar things, helped found YIMBYs, traveled a lot of countries, grew up here, went to college on the East Coast. But I think where I want to utilize the experience that I've had is to be a bridge, to be a person that can bring people together, to connect, to really be, you know, just find those connections that people may not realize that they have, and try to foster those to help RTD be a more interconnected one body together. But then also, how does RTD, you know, fit into our larger community? I work for the city of Denver in our climate office, so I'm always thinking about that. But I live in Arvada, so I'm thinking about how RTD is in Arvada. And so for me, I always just really want to center, you know, how am I a better community partner, but also how can I help RTD be a better community partner and help us be better partners together?
Sure are. Okay. Hi. Oh. This isn't awkward. Hi, I'm Joanne. I don't like talking very much. We're way over time. I like to ride the bus. So let's get on to the next part of our journey. Or was I supposed to tell a transit story? Because
whatever.
So you guys know I know how to ride transit. I don't know. I feel like I'm campaigning. I'm not going to answer that question, but everyone told a transit story. And I'll tell you, the first time I took public transit, I was like 13 years old, and I grew up in a blended family in Iowa, and like there was no public transit where I lived. But so we landed at the brand new Hong Kong International Airport, and my mind was already blown that I just like flew across the ocean. And then I get on a train across the sea to Kowloon. And but before I got on that train, I totally got stuck in the turnstiles, and my stepbrother was laughing at me. And it was like 3 a.m. local time, but I was like, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. And then, yeah, I don't know, that was my first public transit experience. And then the next year, I was old enough to take a Greyhound to Colorado. I don't know what my parents were thinking. I didn't even have a cell phone. I don't know how I ever, like, I would never do it with my kid. But anyway, different generation. So, and then I would like visit my aunt who lived in Loveland, and my older brother lived in Fort Collins. And I thought this was like big city stuff because they had a bus. And anyway, then I moved to Colorado, and I have a car that's like 3.5 years old, 4 years old, and only has 8,000 miles on it. I don't like driving. I take the bus.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh. Yeah, you can put that back down on the table. Thank you, Joanne. Thank you all for sharing and letting us learn a little bit about yourselves. I was just jotting down some notes and recognizing a lot of the similarities between folks. A lot of you grew up in RTD's communities, and whether or not here or elsewhere, have so many stories of your families taking transit together, the importance of accessing spaces through transit and having that access to mobility, and even experiencing that in other places and sort of, you know, seeing the world in other countries and continents. Seems like there's a shared history of public service and some pretty impressive professional accomplishments. And one thing too, it sounds like there's likely a lot of dating mishaps that have happened related to transportation, but only one of you is brave enough to share it. So well, I think we're going to take a short break now, and if anyone's brave enough, please continue to, you know, share your stories and ask each other about what you've learned today. We'll come back in a few minutes.
Yeah, so we'll do 5-minute break. Our hope is that this time is something that you're going to build off of. So whether ask Jack if he's ever done that, had that same mistake about not picking folks up or engaging in the communities. So this is part of that agenda item about, you know, sort of building relationships. Let's take 5 minutes, and then we're going to kind of get into the topic of board governance and some heavier pieces. But we hope this is a foundation for you. Okay, 5 minutes.
And there's still some coffee and fruit over on the sides, please. Refills.
I think so.
Okay.
So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna just go right to the background and contact. We'll just wanna look at these. So we go through this, just a few minutes, some questions that we're gonna address.
Okay, perfect.
And then we go into defining a role. What does it mean to be an RT?
Okay.
To be director, here's some typical responsibilities. Here's the HPR article, passive control. Here's the 24 operating guidelines. And then we should, what principles should guide work, what the value of aligning shared purpose and principles, maybe as directors.
Yeah, I think just giving them, this will be important. It's giving them some time to just discuss.
I can have them take it at their table, so it might be better.
Yeah. I think
we'll
she
regroup as a
And then here we have discussion, come back, how these would relate to policy and it's just, guide.
Okay,
See what happens if there's a disconnect between board and management, what are examples from folks?
Okay.
And so that's kind of where we're.
Sorry.
That's where we're headed, take a break, do an exercise, committee work plans.
Okay.
We've got the policy objectives for each one of those. So I think and the biggest area that we have where we have a buffer is at the end of the night. So we're gonna get there and yeah.
Yeah, that's a big one. It seems like we're pretty on the front, which is good.
That's kind of the relationship stuff and how you do it.
Sort of seeing who's on the but as soon as the plans, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna listen to you. Hope about it. He called up like a study session. So much not good. But it wasn't complete. I'm excited to have it. I'm excited about it. So I just didn't know if that was. Yes. I know. So I think we he was doing that for essentially which was the objectives. Your company, your plans, you prioritizing this. If you want to go further with that, it's up to the committee peers. I respect their autonomy for that. That is a conversation I would just bring. That's okay. Because that's something they need to take ownership on, and it's like they have every right to do that. It's just you need to buy in for us as well. And so they need to make sure that they're clear. Yeah, that's good. That's cool. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, this is the one that I for my backpack, which is kind of nice.
So you know what about the reciprocity ring?
Yeah.
If we go, what's our next question here? What we done first one? Yeah. Let's go back to
oh, what's one challenge you're facing versus you put on the slides there.
This is sort of make on a break. You could say this on a break. You find another director, so I don't know like if we have to do the lunch question or a break question, like rather than reciprocity. You think
okay.
You want to do that?
I think interesting, and I don't want that to get my way. Because I think we
let's think about what's the most useful. Like,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess the point of
And you have those much.
Wait, so we are. Oh, my takeaway was going to be this instead of this.
Is that what you want to do?
I mean, what do you?
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Okay,
but
yeah.
I thought you were arguing. for
No,
keeping
I
this.
was saying,
That's where
I'm expressing myself.
trying to trust you to.
No.
To know what you want to do.
I think that, yeah, I think it's helpful that you set it up early today. It's very kind of like. Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay, let's come back together. Yeah, let's grab your seats.
I used to. Yeah.
Okay, just so by way of context, Patrick and I have had a chance to obviously working with Julian and with the board office in terms of preparing for this. There's been obviously lots of articles and things. It's so great, actually, I have to say, to hear your transit experiences or the life experiences that have led you here. We've had a chance to have conversations with all the directors. There was a survey. Thank you again for responding to those, and also responses to the policy objectives form. And as Julian mentioned, that's not a sort of a one-time thing, that's going to really be used going forward. So that investment in that and your time in that is really valuable. So here's a couple of observations from talking with you all and all of that background. Is that there really is a customer-oriented approach to this board of directors. There's diversity associated with your districts and the characteristics of those, but there is a focus on improving rider experience, reliability, and service. One of the things that was talked about at the 24 board retreat was, in a priority metric, was about easily accessible performance data and the ability to do that. There's a desire, we heard that in most of our conversations, a focus on safety and security, addressing both rider and safety, secure and staff safety, and whether it's that connects to working conditions, operator retention, and also the reputation of RTD. That was a really important thing we've heard. Increasing accessibility and equity, whether that's discount programs, paratransit improvements, multilingual resources, and public communication, having the ability to have real-time communication and building trust. And at the bottom, below the closed caption, it has an exclamation that there's a lot to build on for this board of directors, which you have 7 new board members, and there's a shared desire to improve RTD and make an impact. And to make an impact. There is that commonality amongst you all. That's an amazing foundation to build on. Obviously, there's some differences and there's some areas of divergence. And one of those has to do with the pace of making change or making meaningful change. There's a frustration with lack of improvement, particularly in the ridership and the service. There's perceptions of commitment and a desire for a demonstration of both leadership and opportunities like this, where you can build trust and share your relationship. What is the approach to holding staff leadership accountable and responsible? You've gone through short-term goal setting earlier this week, but it's much more broadly than that. What's that relationship? What's the role of the board in terms of policy making versus operations? And what are the preferred communication methods and with amongst you all as directors and as agency staff? We've heard some us and them conversations about and what we're hoping through this retreat is that it becomes less of that and more of our collective piece. How do we do that?
We do that by setting, common objectives in terms of the work plans and having common goals as as the board of directors. And that's really kind of the work that is to be done here, and that there are some questions that remain. I'm just going to quickly go through some of the questions that we heard raised in our discussions. So how do you demonstrate our commitment to RTD's mission? What actions can you all as board members take to demonstrate that commitment? How can the board hold itself accountable to those commitments? Improving transparency and trust. Strategies to build trust and collaboration between board members and the board and staff. How do you work together on common objectives? What strategies can you do and navigate disagreements constructively? This board of directors is not going to agree on everything. That's not part of what you signed up for or what you ran your campaigns on. But how you engage with each other when you disagree will in many ways influence the effectiveness of this board. Improving service, ridership, reliability, responsiveness, and security. These are a lot of the conversations revolved around this, how do you set ambitious goals for improving ridership while still noting lagging indicators, which are service maintenance, operator limitations, et cetera, those kinds of things? How do you best integrate rider and customer input into performance metrics? What systems can you use to ensure timely reporting of those metrics to the board, whether it's in the dashboard and performance committee and those kind of areas? We're not asking you to solve all of these problems or these questions today. We're just trying to raise the ones that were, sort of surfaced during our discussions. Workforce challenges, operator retention, how to improve working conditions, what's worked, what solutions have been tried, what are some new approaches that RTD could explore, equitable service across the district, balancing this geographically large district. That's one of the things that strikes me every time I've worked with the RTD board and understanding the district is just how different those needs and the transit availability and services are across the district. And so how do you do that? And then the last one, or in terms of strategic questions, were, what are the most critical technology upgrades, challenges and opportunities for modernizing fare systems to improve efficiency, rider experience? The final slide, and then I'll stop talking, is that we had this retreat last year. We had a 24 board retreat in that we talked about agency performance metrics. And again, this comes back to my first slide on commonalities. There is a lot that was discussed in previous board efforts around service and reliability and what those metrics were to be able to address those. Safety, security, especially, ease of use, wayfinding, sort of the communication and public trust, partnership and sustainability. There was more discussions about whether it's Front Range Passenger Rail or partnering with other agencies and organizations, and then sustainable finance and sustainable financing and budget as you look forward. Last year, a lot of discussion was on Tabor, and so passage of 7A, I think, is a pretty significant accomplishment for RTD. And then we put a bunch of stuff into the bus depot. We did the bus depot last year as well. Timing and format for how you all communicate with each other. What's that avenue to doing so? Julian's, sort of articulation of some of those goals about having a place for that to be more director-led. Where does that go to? What's the implications on staff? What about individual director goal setting? And then, there was a bus depot, sort of a placeholder for handbook on service planning standards to support clear expectations in terms of that piece. So I'm going to stop there and see if you have kind of reactions to what we have heard as sort of the state of play, if you will, for the new board of directors in 2025. What are the kinds of things that either resonate with you or you might disagree with? Where have we sort of gotten it wrong? This retreat is oriented around building relationships, identifying those priority goals, and getting kind of what are those common things to be able to work on. That's where those questions came into. So thoughts on that? Go ahead and raise your hand, grab a mic. indicate, please, Joanne. Hold on, the microphone. Lynn, can you hear us? Hold on just one second, Joy. No? Lynn, can we just do a mic check here? Are you able to hear us? Yeah, her surgery, yeah. So observations about that, because I think it really forms the basis of as we go forward. Please, Chris.
There we go. Testing. So I think you hit on a lot of things, but I would actually augment the the roles and responsibilities question by simply saying that I'm not sure everyone in this room agrees on what the legal responsibilities of the board are. Like going past the, what do we feel like we should be working on? The legislature has said for us in the RTD Act what we are responsible for, what the items are, and it has pretty clearly laid that out. And it strikes me, having had a bunch of conversations over the last couple of months, that there are wildly different definitions over how involved in what RTD does, how responsible for what RTD does the board can be, should be, and currently is. And I think that one of the challenges that we've run into is that when you have people who have a just dramatically different interpretation of that law, you get dramatically different perspectives on what the board should be doing.
Yeah. So in the spirit of sort of trying to understand each other, Chris, hang on to the mic. So where do you see, particularly in that articulation, where's the rub that you see? Not the whole piece of it, but just at this point in terms of the differences of the legal implication or
Yes.
legal role of the board and how that plays out. We're not going to, again, we just want to surface issues. And Patrick and my job is not to, is in many ways, we see this as surfacing the things that are most important. So thanks for bringing this up, Chris. Go ahead.
Yeah, totally. Give me 1 second, because I put this in an email about a week ago, and I would rather not have to pull it up, and I'd rather not just get it from memory, which I'm not that my brain is not equipped.
And while you're looking at that, whenever we sort of think about the legal part, I'm looking over here at Melanie. But go ahead, Brett, while we're
waiting.
I have it.
Quick clarification on
Brett.
Go ahead, Brett,
bus
first.
depot items included. Handbook on service planning standards to support clear expectations. Could you use different words to describe what that means?
Yes, that was an attempt at brevity for the sake of the slide, which clearly didn't quite work. This was upon reviewing the 2024 items, I noticed a similarity between some of the policy objectives that were surfaced in the past couple of weeks through the policy objective form. So this handbook on service planning standards, to my understanding, relates to, and I forget which director submitted this, the idea that there could be an updated version and clear expectations of service planning based on density and population and things like that. I believe I saw that policy objective come through and just noted that, for example, there are some similarities from what has been suggested in previous years and last year, to what is coming up this year. So it sounds like that was from Joy Ann, that recommendation.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, thank you. So as an example, CRS 32-9-109.5 says, all powers, duties, functions, rights, and privileges vested in the district shall be exercised and performed by the board, except that the exercise of such executive, administrative, or ministerial powers may, not shall, may, be delegated by the board to officers and employees of the district. So it's being very clear that RTD, at least from my read, is us. To whatever degree we choose to give that power to other people is up to the board. But the legislature and the voters are saying very, very clearly, RTD is the board, and we are responsible for what happens to, even if we do give authority for certain operations to the GMCEO or other people. The second thing I'll say is under the board's administrative powers, it says to make and pass resolutions and orders necessary to carry out the provisions of that article, all the things we can do. I hear a lot of talk about a policy board. We set policy. We are given by the legislature the power to order. And I read that as literally go do this. That's what an order means to me. So I read the RTD Act as putting significant responsibility on us to see that RTD does its job. And rather than we go and say to our GMCEO, you go take care of this. We've picked you. We're going to approve the budget, whatever, and taking a much more hands-off approach in terms of what our job is. And I think that there's a difference there because I know there are other directors who agree with me that we have a really personal responsibility to make sure that this agency delivers.
Great. And so I think one of the next agenda item is the role of the board. Right? There's part of the article, and but so just to surface that, we're gonna get into that, and like in terms of I'm not sure it's a best use of retreat time to talk about all of the specifics about the law versus building an understanding about what that expectation is and surrounding that. So that's the discussion coming up. In addition to that, any other kind of pieces that were missing, things that struck you as resonating from you in terms of the commonalities or the divergent? What I've really understood is that there's and it may build off of what you've talked about, Chris, is a real sort of desire for faster change and bigger, more transformative change on the part of some of the directors. And on the other hand, is a desire for change, but also wanting to make sure that it's rooted in sort of how the agency operates as well. And so that tension about realistic change and change is something that I'm really looking forward to engaging with. Please, Joanne.
You were speaking way too fast. I have no idea what you just said. But
I'm going to both we're both East Coasters and we're gonna slow it down. And I drank probably too much coffee.
So on the bottom where it says work done to be an effective board, and I don't know in this slide, are we talking about this is something diverging? Wait, did that come up last year or this year in the survey?
These are things that Patrick and I observed from our conversations from this year, from this board. This is what I'm trying to reflect back, the state of sort of our understanding about what's happening here. This is divergent. There's work to be done on sort of including just Chris's question here, which is like, what is that role of the board? What is your responsibility, and how does that relate directly to staff, and what's that connection?
I would briefly add, Joanne, that I think this is a kind of a recurring theme for boards in general, but certainly when there are new board members that enter and you all have to work together, learn each other's communication styles, your interests as circumstances change. I think this is work done to be a more effective board. So
It's fine. People call us ineffective all the time.
That's not what we were doing.
No, that was no, I was actually going to ask you if some part in the program or team building exercise we have for today, are we going to talk about what it means to be what's an ineffective board, I guess. Does that make sense? Are we going to try to answer that question?
Yeah, we have a sort of like the whole rest of the day is geared around these things. And so working with Julianne and the board staff in terms of really kind of thinking about it, but we'll make sure to capture it on the Bus Depot about if at the end we haven't talked about that, which is sort of to the extent that you want to do that, we'll come back to it. But for sure, I think that's how this retreat is sort of organized. Peggy, please.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Okay. Given that there are some differences of opinion on the board's role, particularly in operational matters, and there are 15 of us and we all have different, perhaps some different ideas, I think it's incumbent upon us to work as a collective unit, and we have elected a chair of our board that really should be the spokesperson for this organization. And until we come to an agreement on a policy or how we're going to act, I would just ask you all as board members, as directors, to respect the role of the chair and that he serve as a spokesperson for this group once we reach a decision or an agreement. That's all.
So Peggy, the specific suggestion about that not speaking for the board until there is a decision allowing.
Until we've had a discussion and we can speak as one.
Yeah, and I think again that really good. I think part of it in the agenda item at the end around communication and collaboration, we're going to pick this kind of idea up about what's the most effective in terms of communicating on the basis of the board, recognizing that you're going to have differences. You're going to have differences of opinion about some of those decisions and other pieces, and sort of how do we do that? What are the mechanisms? What are some of those strategies? And that's one we'll make sure to put on the list. Let's just jump into it then. Let's jump into the defining the role of what does it mean for you to be an RTD board of director. Chris has sort of kicked us off in terms of one idea in particular in terms of and in that role. And I want to give you a chance. I'm going to give you about a minute to think individually about when you think about what does it mean to you to be we could have put in front of that an effective RTD board member or director. And so then we're going to have a group discussion related to that. And then we're going to talk about some of the things that you're familiar with. You have guiding operating guidelines. We have an article that the board office passed around that we talked about that has maybe some common language for us to discuss about, but wanted to get this started by individually take a minute to think about when, and for those of you, many of you have been thinking a lot about this. And so I don't think it should be a sort of a super deep conversation with yourself, but really thinking about that in terms of as you represent RTD as a director, what does that mean to you? Ready, set, give you 60 seconds. Okay. I'm not interested in everything that you're thinking at the moment. We'll come around, make sure if there's something that's missing, but just like one thought as it relates to what does it mean to you to be an RTD board of director in 2025? So one thought, please. Okay, so represent community, and how do you do that, Kathleen?
Particularly, I go to a lot of community meetings. So I've met with my constituency. I'm friends or acquaintances with most of my city council members that are in Aurora. I know the mayor. I go to those. I go to my rec center. I talk to people. I do stuff in my own community. I think community relationships makes me a more effective RTD director because I can bring their concerns to the board.
So you
And
re-
so
you-
I'm a representative.
You represent by engaging with the community at whether it's the rec center or the council or chamber, and that's part of what it means to be a RTD board of directors is to represent your community is to be engaged.
Correct.
Got
And
it.
so I'm one of 15 voices, but I do represent my district.
Absolutely. Who else? Please, Karen.
I totally agree with Kathleen. I feel there are two things I feel are our responsibility. One is I was elected by my district, by the voters in District I, the taxpayers in District I. I am here to represent their needs. That's one. But two, I also have a responsibility to do whatever I can to make RTD the best transit district that it can be.
System-wide.
System-wide, yes. But I do feel that the district, my folks, my district, that's what I was sent to do.
Yeah, so it's an interesting balance, which is that you've been elected per district to represent those constituent voices, and at the same time, you're responsible for looking at RTD system-wide perspective. And again, it's from a structural standpoint, it's a very large district, very diverse in terms of usage and experiences and all of that kind of stuff. What else? Yeah, Patrick.
This is bound for whipping Melanie with it. Sorry. I think it is being both urgent and patient. I think we've all heard a lot of frustration with the system. It's, government officials, riders, our employees. There are real challenges that have kind of, been the result of societal shifts, changes, or whatever. But there's an urgency. There's a lack of patience anymore, or a lack of time for us to deal with these challenges. And looking forward, we have an agency survivability question with our revenue diversification. We have to rebuild that trust in an urgent fashion. I guarantee if we try on December 31st, 2029, we're going to be too late. So what we're doing right now has to have urgency. Also, we need to be patient. This is a massive agency over a massive area with a lot of different interests, and you can't shove it in a direction really quick without expecting some unintended consequences. So I think we have to be both urgent in our actions and patience in our outcome.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, Brett.
I second what everyone else has said, but also believe that we really should be district experts. And what I say is we should be the go-to transit person in our districts. So if anyone at the state, regional or local level has questions about transportation, I really think that we are the person that should come to their mind, and we should have answers or be a gateway to getting answers. But I think more important than that is I really think that each one of us, we all carry a torch, and we're all torchbearers for the vision of transportation in the region. And maybe this question will come later, but I really see RTD as owning the transit vision for the Denver metro region. And we are one of those torchbearers and responsible for, like what Patrick said, looking forward to making sure that we're prepared for future challenges while also dealing with what's in front of us, and balancing the two.
So the go-to transit experts as board of directors, and that, in terms of the holder of the vision of transit and mobility in the metro area. Can you just say a little bit more about what that being a torchbearer or
Yeah. The way I see it is I see that the people chose to make this an elected board partly because they wanted to make sure that their communities were represented among the region's transportation interests, specifically public transit. But I see that our role in that is to really know what our community wants, where it's going, and being prepared for the future, and also being an advocate among the different levels of government to making sure that RTD gets what it needs, and our communities get what they need in order to stay connected and improve over time.
Okay, thanks, Brett. Vince, and then Chris.
Thanks. I agree with a lot of what Brett said, and in particular, we have a mission and a vision statement for RTD, and it's a big part of the RTD director's roles to ensure that we do everything we can to make those things happen, right? To make lives better through connections and to be the trusted leader in mobility, delivering excellence and value to our customers and community. I believe that we do that by setting appropriate goals and policies. I'm not a big fan. I know Chris talked about we have the ability to issue orders. And to me, that harkens back to my career where I said, because I said so. And I don't know, you get a lot of good response from that kind of thing. So I think I'm more of a partner kind of a director where I think we need to partner with our GM CEO and not just, tell her what to do and we said so go and do it. We really have to figure out what it means and how we all interact, because we're not 15 GM CEOs, we're 15 board members. And I think we need to remember that whoever sits in the seat of GM CEO, we need to make sure they can be a success, because when they're a success, so are we. Thanks.
Yeah, so again, a little different in terms of just sort of the idea about what the role of the directors are as it relates vis-a-vis to GM CEO and staff in terms of setting guidelines, setting parameters, obviously the financial component, but not necessarily the directing of the specific operations, if I could use that term. Am I getting that right, Vince? Great. And then Chris, I think you might, and then Troy. You just raise your hand if you've got thoughts. We're committed to making sure that every one of you kind of contributes, not to every conversation, but that you feel like you've had your voice in these discussions, and we'll see how far we can go. Chris.
Thanks. Just very quickly to Vince's point, I wasn't mentioning orders as we should do this. I was mentioning it as an example of the responsibility the legislature was placing on us. The fact that they gave us that power says something about what they want us to be able to do and be responsible for doing. Exactly, whether we use it or not. In terms of what do I see what does it mean to me? I believe that, my job is to represent the public in aggregate to the agency, their frustrations, their experiences, their concerns, their needs, et cetera, and to be accountable to the public for what the agency does. I've joked at events and online, if you have issues, throw the tomatoes at me personally. I am the one you elected to take the responsibility for whether this agency does well or not. Don't throw them at faceless agency. Don't throw them at customer service. Come, reach out to me. You want to yell at me, go ahead. But I am personally responsible for 1/15 of what this board does. And it drives my urgency for us to do well, because it isn't fun to have people come up to you at events and tell them how you ruined their day, how you abandoned them, how, et cetera, et cetera. And that happens to me every day.
Yeah, and so there's this sort of personalized approach to this and that sense about responsibility as a director and being accountable. One, because you are, you're receiving those calls or they're talking to you. It's about communicating that to this policy making board, if I understand that, about what's happening, what you're hearing, and then sort of taking responsibility for it. And I guess one of the questions, and not for Chris, but for others, which is, and then what's the responsibility in terms of talking about the organizational constraints and what can happen and how it can happen, like sort of taking it back in that way as well. So it's not to you, Chris, but I think it's sort of just be thinking about that. Troy.
Yes, I think one of the things we need to model, if at all possible, with this transition is the role of consensus builder, or at least consensus contributor. The overarching goal to find common ground that we can agree upon, and then that can be transferred to staff. In our article, there's a statement that stuck out when I read this yesterday. And it's in the midst of the agile boards, where boards can float between several different models. But one of the things I think consensus and common ground gets us to, through the performance committee, through the executive committee, is the ability for us, or for Deborah, to answer this question. And it's at the bottom of a paragraph. My board provides clarity about it once from me. And I think that's where we're at, is that we need to provide as much clarity, at least in a couple of stopping points throughout the work world calendar, as possible for us to advance.
So the consensus building, it may be larger than this board of directors, but the consensus or the agreement or direction that you're looking for is to be able to indicate to staff about what that direction is and speak with a common voice. Is that right? I mean, and that's the consensus building aspect. Certainly there could be outside, but what you're talking about, Troy, is that one of the expectations is that you're going to serve as that the board of directors serves as consensus, trying to build consensus amongst yourselves in order to provide that direction to staff. Am I getting that right?
You're spot on, and I'm not being Pollyanna that this is going to happen easily. There's a lot of sausage making, today's part of it, but I think that you captured, my thought. So I appreciate that.
Good. Peggy, then Joyanne. Raise your hand if I've missed you, Michael.
Thank you, Troy. I agree. I just want to remind everybody that consensus does not mean unanimity. It just means even if you disagree, you understand the other perspective and you can come to consensus. Sorry to be preachy, but anyway, I guess one of the things that has come out is that we have been under attack. I mean, whether it's at the federal level, the local level, whatever. And I'm getting weary of that. And I want us to get to a point where we can hold our heads up high and be very proud of this agency. And I think we can do that by modeling positive behavior and this consensus. So,
yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, so part of if I hear the interest behind that, Peggy, is part of it is about having a board of directors that you feel not always in agreement with, but that are supportive of each other in that weariness and in that sort of the challenge that you all face as the RTD board. Joyanne. And then Michael.
It's really hard to follow Peggy. Anyway, I was whispering to Ian because I have ADHD. Oh, shh, Peggy's talking, and I want to hear what she says because I like it even when I don't agree. But that was great, and I actually wanted to echo that. So I had notes for our breakout group for OSS, but I'll just share it here because I think this is where we are. So if you guys know what a thought partner is, right? And anybody can be your thought partner, right? You have to just decide that's going to be your thought partner. And there are two paths that you can take with your thought partner, maybe even the same 10 minutes. There's the resonance, preaching to the choir. And then there is the compliment, it's called, when you disagree. And so I think that is part of our role as a board with each other, but also when it comes to our relationship with management as thought partner, because even when there is disagreement, we can still learn from each other. And I think that actually makes us a stronger team. So I just wanted to.
Yeah, so
was inspired by
the
Peggy.
idea of sort of building consensus and working together as thought partners, and again, that doesn't necessarily mean unanimity. It doesn't mean always in agreement, but it's a sort of engaging in sort of it can involve challenge as well, right? I mean,
But yeah, but it requires everybody to consider everyone else as a thought partner. Like you have to have that frame in your mind.
And you're thinking about all the rest of the directors in that. Yeah. Great. Thanks. Michael and then Chris.
So, one, we're in a position of being a two-way advocate. It's not just one way. We advocate for our communities that we all are elected to represent on this board. No appointments. We were all elected to be here. So we bring that information from our communities back to the full body. And we go back out to our communities from the full body to represent the agency to the public. That's a two-way advocacy role we haven't talked about yet. And it's really important because we cannot destroy the thing that we're working to fix in that work. That's one part. The other part is I might represent, as all of you do, 220,000 members of society, voting electors in a district, in a sub-district. But I am an RTD director, which means I'm 1/15 the representative of 3.09 million people. Your districts matter to me. My district needs to matter to you. And where we find alignment, great. Where we disagree, great. But we need to understand each other. And the board is ineffective if it's just one director. And all due respect, the chair speaks on our behalf when we achieve consensus or we have a discussion about it, but not until then. And even the chair can't decide for the board what the board can only do as a full body. So when it comes to what the effective powers of the board are, you still have to work with the other 14 members of this body as a member, because we cannot do it by ourselves. That's where our power and our strength and our authority and our delegation from the state and the voters comes from. We're sent here to fulfill that purpose and to serve through leadership in these roles.
Yeah. So I think, you know, what I hear, Michael, is that you all are hired per district, and that you're or hired, that you've been elected by district, and that you are responsible to the system as a whole, and sort of how that comes into play, and that you care about the interests of the other board members, and you'll work to try to resolve issues or find commonality or get in alignment on that. And that's part of the charge of the board of directors, is to take seriously the needs and concerns of your other board members and to actively work to do that. We're not talking about the outcome associated. We're talking about a process. Is that close? Chris?
So listening to Peggy talk about consensus and Joyanne sort of piggybacking on that, I think I mentioned I come from Silicon Valley. There's a really powerful idea that has been used at Intel, been used at Amazon, called disagree and commit, which basically means you're going to hear all points of view. You're going to make a decision, whether that's the CEO saying this is what we're doing, or a board voting on something and coming to an 8-7 decision or a 9-6 decision. And then everybody, regardless of whether you were in the majority or the minority, regardless of whether you agreed or disagreed, is going to move forward with one voice. And we're going to say, we thought about it, we made that decision, we're not going to have recriminations, we're not going to do backbiting, we're not going to go in the public or on social media and say nasty things about the people who disagreed with us. We are going to stand together as one voice and move forward. And I think that, in this moment, we have to, it's exactly what Peggy said is exactly right. Like we have to find an agreement we can all live with. And then we have to move forward and deal with the next thing. And so I think we all have a responsibility to each other not to go and have that kind of backbiting, that kind of politic, that kind of recrimination, but just to say, nope, we made our decision, we're moving forward. And sometimes we're going to win, and sometimes we're going to lose. Sometimes you're going to be in the majority, sometimes you're going to be in the minority, sometimes you're not going to be part of consensus, but we can't keep fighting the same battles. We have to recognize the work is more important, and we are just going to move forward together regardless of how the decision came out. Thanks.
Yeah. So there's a lot there, and that sort of worked with that concept of disagree and commit a lot with different boards and commissions. And the idea about one is about that being willing to implement decisions and to help to advocate to make them the best that they can be, even if that wasn't your top choice. And that part of that process then as well, which is about sort of really sort of, thinking about, and this is where the human connection or the personal part is, which is like you were on the other side of that, or that you didn't feel like that was the right choice, but that you are willing to kind of what I would call the shadow of the future. Think about, well, there's next decisions and there's next choices to make. And it's kind of a spirit about that disagree and commit. Hopefully you're working to agree, right? You're working to try to find as much as agreement as you can. And I think that's where the consensus process comes into. It's not just you're trying to get 8 votes, is what I'm hearing. It's just like, you're not just trying to get 8 votes. You're trying to build as much agreement, make as best as possible. And when that falls short of what you think is the ideal and the decision's been made, then you are all in on, this is RTD's position, this is RTD's stance, this is what we're doing to help to implement that. Am I sort of speaking right? You may have a second bite out of the apple. Chris just had a second bite. And then I want to make sure that anybody else that hasn't had a chance to speak does. And then we're going to move on to some other ideas.
So I just wanted to offer that we all have a right to stand in our truth. And sometimes things are worth fighting for, and it can take a while. So I guess I agree with Chris in that sometimes it is better to accept the consensus and move on. But if something is you're really passionate about, or, does that make sense? Like, we all are here for our own reasons, and there are things that keep us up at night and get us up in the morning about RTD. So I feel like everyone also has the right to take that personal space and say, I'm going to die on this hill. Or, I might accept this is what happened, but, you don't have to. Yeah.
I appreciate that, Joanne. And I think this is maybe capturing a potential tension between some of these elements of consensus building. And this, these are quick notes. This is not totally fleshed out, but how does this idea of disagree and commit relate to establishing clarity and building that understanding? I think, I'm curious how you all see those working together to be able to disagree and commit while still building clarity and building understanding. Because I don't think those necessarily go together, but I think there's a path forward for those. I'm curious how you all see that, if that's important. Sure. If how the idea of disagreeing and committing relates to the ideas of establishing clarity and building understanding. Oh, sorry. That was your...
All right, we'll deal with the elephant in the room. I'm the one that posted something on Facebook because I was standing in my truth about how I felt that work was done in the room. I committed, I voted in favor of it at the end, and we will move forward with it. I said as much at the meeting, but I am still a human being before I'm a director, and I'm still a tax-paying citizen of the state of Colorado and the city and county of Denver, and I had something to say, so I got it off my chest. I did not like the way that process worked. I didn't feel like many of us were heard. I felt like it was done to reach consensus to get a vote of 8, and the rest of us were expected to fall in line and take a knee to a group instead of working together to get it done. So to that end, I apologize to my fellow directors, full chest, that I did that. I removed it from my Facebook page, locked it up. It's my opinion. I can hold it. I will make space for that. But I am committed to getting the work done. That's on the record as Director Guzman speaking. But Michael might feel a little different, and that's okay when I go home at night and I post on my space what I'm thinking and what I'm feeling. That just makes me human, perfectly imperfect. And I will have the appropriate conversations with the appropriate people to discuss that. But I took every one of the amendments that came to this body seriously, and I read through them and I understood it. But I was not heard. I was not listened to, and I'm being told that I'm not doing that for others when I am seriously taking as much time as I can out of my private job, out of my family life, out of my religious practices, to dedicate as much time as I can to being a director. So from my point of view, all of that, dedicate and commit or disagree and commit, great, if we have the conversations first. But it is not acceptable to be a member of this body and be retaliated against in a public forum. I'm already getting beat up in the media, yelled at by mayors in other districts when I go out of goodwill and show up to difficult conversations as an elected official to work with them and to reach out and to understand when I am told what my opinion is and not asked what my opinion is. So I'm going to stand in my truth and I'm going to tell you, I am one member of this board, elected like all of you to be here for my community too. And I'm not going anywhere. So you need to learn to work with me in the same way I need to learn to work with you. That's the point of today. Anything less is unacceptable. That's my point of view on it. And I'm sorry, I'm going to take this moment because this is the issue that we're skirting around, so we might as well just deal with it. There it is. And
I see
I'm
some
not
I
playing
see some
games
heads up.
before committee meetings on Reddit or other social media platforms. I'm trying to focus on getting my work done. So while we're talking about using those things, please keep in mind, by the measure with which you measure, you shall also be measured.
Michael, thanks for sharing that and speaking your truth, for acknowledging what happened and pointing a way toward the future about how you want to both be, and I think it's beyond Michael, that you have 15 members of a board that want to be heard, listened to, respected, effective, and those kind of things. And that when that doesn't happen, there are hard feelings that are associated with that. So disagreeing and committing has to do with also the process about how you go about doing that. And so I think that, one, thank you for raising that and pointing toward some of the behaviors, some of the things that you would like to see happen amongst your board members. Does that happen? I mean, I work with boards and commissions across the country, and boy, some of them are just not able to do those kinds of things. Some of them are just not able to get and focus on how important it is to work with your fellow governors in order to accomplish things. And even when there's disagreements, to feel like you're being heard, respected, treated that with expertise. And so we'll put that in the middle. And I really appreciate sort of this idea about, kind of, one, the apology, and secondly, about speaking about how difficult that has been. I imagine for others as well. This is, I guess we could have put this on the screen or on the slide, which is that the short-term goals for the GM CEO was a really difficult process. A really difficult process for a 7 new members of a board with the existing board members, and about how that worked. I think part of Julian's goals try to get at how do we not have that happen again, but at the same time to acknowledge what did happen is that I think from a number of perspectives that was ineffective, not respectful, didn't feel heard, all of those kind of things. And you all are just getting started working together, and you have an opportunity to do that. I guess I'm going to get off my soapbox here. I got Vince, and then Kathleen, and then we'll have some other.
Thanks, and thanks for that summary that really touched on a lot of the things that I wanted to say. And I agree with the disagree, commit kind of a thing. But I think it all goes back to the consensus building, right? Consensus building doesn't mean, can I get 8 votes? It should mean, let's get 15 votes. Let's get everybody on board that we can get on board. And that requires having the discussion with even people you don't think are going to go along with what you want, but have that discussion and not have amendments come to a board meeting and you're seeing them for the first time thinking, oh, what's this? What's behind this? Because the people that wanted it to happen didn't reach out to you. We need to work together in that way. And you have to be strong enough to talk to other directors who maybe you're sure they're not going to agree with you, but maybe that discussion will help you, form a better argument in favor of your thing. The thing we don't want in moving forward is every vote being 8-7, because the legislature is going to love that. So we really need to figure out how we can get on board and work better together in that regard. It shouldn't be the us or against them. And that's what it kind of looked like. Thanks.
Yeah. I mean, in some ways that you have something that sounded unfortunate and really sort of frustrating as we talked about before. And it also points to how is it that it is in your hands as directors to be able to determine there's a lot that you can't determine. There's a lot outside your hands, but what you can determine is sort of how you want to handle those, what kind of processes that you want to put in place to avoid those types of things, and the personal kind of how do you want to relate with each other. Kathleen, and then Kathleen, and then Lynn, and then Chris and Peggy.
Well, I just want to be known as somebody who had no idea that happened. So I want to claim that I don't do social media very often. I don't know. And so I think because I'm new, people assume I'm in the new versus them, or the new versus the old. And frankly, a lot of people have not reached out to me. I didn't get everybody's phone numbers until this last week. So I'm starting to call people because I think people assume too much about me personally because of where I work, what I've done, who I am, because maybe you've looked me up, but I frankly, I'm coming into here going, I am a collaborator. So I don't know a lot of this occurred. So I don't know if that's good or bad, but I think that maybe we're putting too much into that, and we just need to be working together.
Thanks. Lynn.
Thanks very much. I think that the last few comments are really helpful and honest. And I think it's important to realize this was a partially a time issue. Last year we extended our goals to January 31st. Instead of December 31st to make it work better. But this year we got 7 new people. But I agree with Vince's point that we shouldn't be coming to meetings with saying we've counted our votes and we think we can win. We've got 8 and I think that will change. I hope that will change. And I think the other thing I would add to this conversation is bringing these things to the board as much as possible need to be done working with our CEO and seeing, because there are a lot of things on the ground that even after 6 years, I don't know, and some of us don't know. And she's going to be moving these forward. So the collaboration, I think, needs to include our staff.
Thanks, Lynn. Chris, Peggy, and then I think we're going to move to a slightly different conversation. Go ahead.
So I've been involved in housing advocacy for a number of years. And whenever you're dealing with that, it's always a negotiation between what you actually want to do and what other stakeholders will let you do. The first version of every single one of these goals was dramatically more aggressive than what eventually got passed. Every single one of them. Mine was originally 85%. The goal for ridership was over 70 million. So the notion that there wasn't a come down in order to try and build consensus is false. There was also work done by me, by Matt, by Brett, reaching out to every single director that we could get a hold of. Some directors are easier to get a hold of. Some directors are really hard to get a hold of. They don't respond to text messages. They don't answer phone calls. And it's really hard to build consensus when you can't talk to people.
So there's an engagement component to your expectations around
exactly. And we can't have 3, 4, 5, 6, we can't have interim meetings. The only way to build consensus is those one-on-one phone calls, those email exchanges. And so, I think we put in a lot of work, actually. And we tried to reach out to the people we could. And we tried to reach out to the people who would respond to emails and text messages, phone calls. And I respect what Michael said. People have lives. They're busy. But you talk to the people you can talk to. You talk to the people you can get on the phone with. You talk to the people who are willing to engage. And that's how we were able to build consensus. There were some amendments that were 8-7. There were some that were 9-6. There were some that were 11-4. The other thing I'll say very briefly, passing goals that the legislature and the public and the governor thinks are weak is what hurts us more than a lack of consensus. Doing a bad job, doing things that the people we're responsible to are going to make fun of us for, hurts us more than not getting 10 or 11 votes. I would rather not have consensus and end up with something that the public will respect than I would try to build consensus and have something where the voters and the people who put us here, the legislature, will think we are not doing our jobs.
You know, there's a sort of a concept of sort of how things get decided are sometimes as important as what gets us decided, whether it's 85% or others. Is there a process? Do people feel like that they had an opportunity to weigh in on that? Did they feel like they were respected, heard, is another sort of aspect of it, in addition to the tangible, measurable, the specific numbers, whether it's 85% or 70 million or whatever those pieces are. And I guess effective boards, as I've seen it, kind of pay attention to both the procedural parts about how something gets decided, about as much as it is about what specifically gets decided, and are people feeling like they're listened to, heard, respected, taken seriously, not just a cast off? And so I would encourage you all, as you're thinking about this, kind of how do we work together? How do we be effective? How do you make an impact? Think about it in those terms as well, that it's not just the outcome, the substantive outcome. It's really about how you get there, because Tuesday was the GM CEO's short-term goals. Tomorrow is going to be another issue. That's sort of the idea here. Let me just plug in a bit of a spot here about typical responsibilities, and see, I think there's a bit of a rub here. The focus of the board is on policy and oversight. Implementation operations is staff. Decisions, approvals, policies, budgets, strategic plans, so strategic direction. Typically, the board executes those board-approved decisions and manages day-to-day transit activities and services, right? So that's sort of a typical piece. The public interface that represents the agency to public and elected officials, and we've been having this conversation, versus with the staff communicating operational updates, service changes to the public. Expertise, general knowledge, often appointed, in this case, elected, and technical, and the staff having technical professional operations. That's a sort of a typical board. Many of you sit on lots of boards and commissions, board staff. How come I can't get to the next? You have operating guidelines updated in September 2024. Newer members didn't have a variety or sort of input into this, but there's governance and policy settings, what it says. You have a governance role. You're aligning the short term with the long term about how you build public trust to bring potentially more resources to the table, those types of things. Communications and collaboration, these are taken from your operating guidelines. Effective use of committees and meetings, and we're going to talk in a moment about the committees. Constructive engagement and decision-making. Board staff relationship, that you're going to work to strengthen the collaboration with GM and staff. That board culture and effectiveness. We talked about the respect, accountability, and those kinds of things. And just to get us out of this big plenary conversation, what I would like you to do is at your tables, talk about, we've had a discussion here. What are some higher level principles that should guide your work? We're not going to rehash today what happened in with the short-term goals. We're just not going to, I mean, we want to use that as illustrative. But what are some of the principles that might help to guide your work going forward? And what's the value of aligning as board members behind a shared purpose and principles, and also with staff? I'm going to give you about 10 minutes at your tables to talk a little bit about after all of this. And Patrick's has amazing handwriting. You're lucky that I'm not scribing on there. But you know what you've said thus far is represent community and district, supporting at the same your individual district, supporting the system system-wide. This idea about urgency and patience, urgency and action, patience and outcome, you know, sort of realizing the agency vision and mission, taking responsibilities, partnering, being accountable to the public, consensus building, big thought partners, this idea of two-way advocates. So I'm going to give you, Peggy,
Peggy, you had your hand up before.
Did I miss you?
Moment passed. Okay.
All right. So the idea here is you can stand up at your table. We've been talking, you know, sitting and interested in like, do you have ideas about principles? And former board governance manuals, RTD board governance manuals, you had a section there on principles. And we thought about like, what are the things that would guide this board going forward after all of this discussion? Ready, set, you got 10 minutes. You can stand and grab, I think there's coffee and fruit.
They're a leader of the group.
You're just facilitating.
Like, I'm sure when you're like teaching and you approach and they're all in small groups, you approach a group, they all go silent. Yeah. It's like
Actually, people actually start like
principles.
They'll be like talking. How do you do this?
You're up. Oh gosh, well, I'm gonna stand. I haven't been sitting in a while. Principles. How do we even define that? I think respect. I mean, like all the buzzwords, right? A lot of what we talked about. I personally am still on the fence with consensus building. Like, I think it's important. Like, for example, I believe you were the only one who really know. And I think that I appreciated that because throughout the meeting you were discussing opposition, and it's confusing to me when someone expresses opposition the whole time and then goes to so, I mean, you're consistent.
There's a lot of value to aligning.
Sure. Yeah.
On the other hand, we are more like a parliament.
Yeah.
We are elected by our constituents and in parts. Sure. And I ran my amendments because I felt like it also is a very hard communicating with people.
It is, and that's
And I mean, I did send out materials about all of my weak ideas. And I, you know, most people know. Especially in the amount of time that.
Hopefully this is a one-off because that time was easily time to really flesh things out and have more discussion. And I agree. I'm not by any means saying we shouldn't disagree, because if we all agree on everything all the time, we need one of us, right?
So that's you give a passive support at that point.
Yeah. But yeah, sometimes you have to, I mean, sometimes you have to say it's more. I understand. I mean, it's, you know, and it's so much more efficient. Yeah, exactly. Just communicate, advise, kind of writing.
Yeah, sure. I think that what I asked for is not really talking about that, but talking about the class board meetings, first one. It's just that the returning board has some mercy on it, right? Like we were put into this terrible position. And it's going to take, I very much believe that we all have similar values.
I'm sure. Yeah, this was unusual, you know, and last year, we were going to sort of pass these short-term goals by the end of last year. They just, parents got this 70% good idea about to so that we can get it right. I think his thinking was, it's fine, just go ahead.
Adios.
Yeah. Right. Right, exactly. You should have those.
I don't even think we should do it in November because there's always, every 2 years, there's an election in November.
Yeah. That's get that way. There was a lot that needed to change. Oh, first and foremost, we came in and we thought it's solid idea and an observation of the time. We have take volunteers. Brett McIntyre. Got a lot of he was driving shit on the fruits. It was we had an interim team man, and his job was just to try to keep us going until we got a permanent general. But he also managed to open up the commuter rail after the pandemic. So it is pick and choose what my team said first. Giant things we had to try to work on first, and now we're hopefully better. But not a perfect. It's just a question of yeah, exactly.
You know, honestly,
Eric said that like audit
cars and I think about things, oh, stuff like that.
And it's not something that's physical, right? It's like, right, these are the yeah. There was a lot of part of the one. Yeah,
I was trained in it. I wasn't, but I'm not very good.
I kind of agree with that. Like something that's almost like the pace of board moves and how it's designed and how boards move in general. It's not a good match.
It's like there's an expectation from like middle school.
Yeah, I don't have answers. The frustration. Yeah.
And then we get back on schedule. Take a break. We're gonna go back to the UK question.
Yes, that's the way.
Okay, let's hear it. I would okay. I know you've still going here. We may have been ambitious given how much discussion folks want to have today in terms of our timing. Thoughts on principles. Can we get folks time back here? Brett's gonna kick us off. Can I get your attention?
I worry that the AV people set it up so we didn't actually hold the mics. You're just supposed to talk, but
Hold on just a sec. Here we go. So some principles that would guide your work that you would find helpful going forward.
yeah. So we briefly touched on different aspects of working together in any way, specifically respect and communication, open communication. And I think we had a little bit more discussion on the second, which was like, what is the value in aligning behind a shared purpose and principle?
Yeah.
And I think that we agree that it's not necessary to have 100% consensus all the time. And I think it's kind of something that that I'm personally going to be learning as I go forward, but like where we all align pretty much in values, I believe. I think we have similar principles, similar values as people. But on the board, in order to foster communication and actually get things done, it's like going about disagreement with respect. I think that's kind of what we talked about.
Okay. Yeah. So the principles are about respect and open communication. The value is what's the value of alignment? Is just that you can get more done. What's the?
Yeah. So I guess we talked more about the value of not aligning.
Okay.
Like it's okay, not always to
Yeah.
be, but I think our conversation went down a rabbit hole in a different direction. But we're really like when for example, if it's a split vote or something like that, it's not always great and we want to be in alignment, but sometimes it's necessary.
So kind of one of the principles is normalizing that you're not going to always agree and be in alignment.
I wouldn't make it the normal, but normalizing it when it happens.
Okay. What other principles so it's okay. It's not personal. It's not, if you don't, but the other part about it is it's okay to be not in full alignment, but you're going to have open communication and respectful in that process. Is that?
You said that much better than I did.
I was just reading your words reflected by Patrick. So Kathleen and then Ian.
We got stuck on what principle should be the board's work because we all discussed, well, what is a principle?
Okay.
So is a principle what you value? Is it your opinion? Is it, I mean, what is it? Is it that hill to die on? Is that the hill not to die on? What is that? So I think what we need to decide is what principle first, what is the principle? And then we should, that should be, that guides us. And we did come to the idea too that we don't need to be a 15-0 board, but we don't need to be, you know, 6 or 9-8 or whatever. How does that equal 15? Whatever.
Keep going. I think
my
we got it.
suit isn't math. Okay.
Why is it just, let me just challenge you a little bit. Why is that not okay? So every
Well, 'cause
vote is you have 8-7. What's the problem with that?
Well, it sounds like then that there should be more give and take. I mean, the whole idea is that politics really is the art of compromise. Let's just be blunt, right? And so the idea here is I take a step towards you, you take a step towards me, and we come out with the best for the most. Okay. That's really what consensus is, the best for the most. And sometimes you're not in the most, sometimes you're not. And it's okay to be in that. But I think if you are always having this complete split very close, then I don't think you've worked enough to step towards each other. So 11-4, whatever, you know, those are principled votes because you have something that maybe your constituents don't want or whatever. But to have these really close votes, it doesn't seem like there was enough building together. So I think what we need is what is the principle, first of all, and then we need to decide if that's really what our guide is guiding us. And then from there, how do we get closer to that consensus without always having to have that 15-0? Because I think, frankly, a 15-0, I watched, you know, a lot of boards, and to me, it seems they're weak. Why have a board if you're going to consistently be 15-0 with no discussion?
With no discussion. What about a 15-0 after rich, you know, process back and forth? You know, like what about it? Does that seem, is that weak or is that
I think in this particular instance, because of the time frame, we couldn't get there, right? And I think that's to Julian's credit. Thank God you're coming up with this new process. Really, seriously, right?
well,
For all of us.
after today, you're going to own that if that's
Well,
it's not Julian's process.
be a good thing because I think that to everyone's point, as a new director, I came in going, what? You know, and I just felt like we didn't really have the capacity to come up to speed. We had some agenda items and it felt like everything was rushed and I think it was forced. So with that to say, it's okay. But from here on out, if we get to 15-0, that should mean we've had robust discussion and we all agree.
Yeah. So open communication, robust discussion. I see your hand, Chris, but I'm Ian first.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I'm just going to own this. I was in the bathroom for the first part of it. So, so this is actually just
Too much
me.
sharing,
This is not
Ian.
my group. This is just me. But I'm really coming from the place of a principle for me, two principles, and I hope that they're, you know, sort of the two sides of the same, or one side of the same coin. Being that we're all advocates for transit, for our communities. You know, in the end, we're all on the same team. And so I think trust that is the case. And then I think on the other side, it's the belief that is core. So belief and trust for me are really imperative for this board, not just like internally, but also externally with the community. So those are mine, trust and belief.
That you're on the same team. You trust and believe that you're on. And so what are some of the characteristics of you're on the same team? And you know, what are the kinds of things that you want to that you're envisioning as happening when you're on the same team with people, when you're trusting and believing that they have the best interest of RTD in mind as the whole in the whole?
I mean, I think that it's right now it feels a little bit like a harder nut to crack, just because, you know, it's a little bit, we're a work in progress. But hopefully over the course of time, we'll better understand each other's motives and personalities and sort of what we're trying to get to, which I know is like part of, this is like really better learning what and where we're coming from and where we're trying to get to. I think that where we're trying to get to right now is a little bit hazy for different people. And as we were talking earlier, a lot of overlap. But that's in this like larger conversation. There hasn't necessarily been time to build that interpersonal, hey, I know we're on the same team and these are the things where we're connecting. So I think it's just truth. And, we both work for the city. So like we're slowly like, learning more about each other. But I think it's just a matter of having the time to build those relationships. And we haven't had that yet. And hopefully that will come. But in the process, we'll all know that we're all fighting for a better Denver, for a better Denver Metro, for a better RTD.
Yeah, thanks for that. And just kind of going back to that earlier conversation on board roles and urgency and patience, relationships take patience. They take time and they take some practice as well associated with that. Think about your deepest relationships. You've gone through a lot with people related to that and you've learned over time. Chris, and then this Chris.
Yeah, so the two principles that we sort of discussed for RTD in particular were truth and connection. The agency says, that its role in the community is connection. GM CEO Johnson, Deborah, mentions that a lot. And I think it absolutely is. It's fundamental to what we do. Connection is fundamental. We never want to be the people of disconnection. We're going to not connect you to other people. And we always want to be honest. We want to be truthful with the public, with each other, internally, with staff. We should not be lying about anything. And so to that point, I want to highlight something because we've been talking about, it's bad for 8 to 7, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We are sitting next to someone right here who lived through 4 years, I think it was, of 8 to 7 votes, which without those 8 to 7 votes, we would not have light rail right now. Like that, literally, they held a board meeting in someone's hospital room in order to pass light rail because the 8th vote was literally like nearly had a stroke. 8 to 7 is sometimes the difference between, if they had tried to get consensus, we would not have the light rail system because there was no possible consensus. So I just want to highlight that sometimes doing the right thing literally means you pass it by 1 vote. And I think that on the subject of truth, knowing our history, knowing what we've been through as an agency, recognizing that sometimes you just can't get there is important.
I think the question and maybe a challenge, Chris, is that what I'm hearing is that it's okay not to be all in alignment. But what I'm hearing as a principle is that you're not going to just assume that you're going to go to 8 to 7, that you are actually going to work, whether in committees, and you're going to work to try to understand and meet others. And so that it may end up being 8 to 7 and I think that's something but that's after robust discussion. Chris, please.
Yeah, so something we talked about and didn't have full consensus, but what should be, it was emotion. I know we've got a lot of emotional people, a lot of emotions, but it's how do you keep it as factual as possible, have methodology in place, have structure in place around the conversations, and be able to live with the decision and as Chris mentioned, commit to it, even if we were on the no vote side. So, it was an interesting conversation to hear what we thought about where emotion should you remove it? Should you just be your true authentic self and be very emotional in these conversations?
And what did you think?
Well, so we didn't have consensus, but I'm
passionate than others. We recognize that there are some who are more passionate than others and some that are more stoic than others. And that's not a bad thing, but that to the extent possible, if we can all deal with the same set of facts, then we will come to a better understanding.
Yeah, so there's a truth, honesty, using facts, and then it's also about like, at least in my experience, without emotion, it's hard to get anything done, right? And so that using that emotion and recognizing it as a tool for change, right? And the question is sort of how you balance that.
Jonathan, I took a training course from you decades ago.
Oh no.
And I don't know if it was you or if it was another facilitator brought up the principle of Aikido. Was that you? Okay. And so you can probably explain it better than I, but the principle is that when you have an opposition, you work towards moving, I'm sorry if I'm moving the microphone. When moving in the same direction and using that negative force, but turning it into a positive force. So you're moving in the same direction. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of the idea about rather than resisting, which is about how can you use that energy? How can you channel it? How can you focus it? How can you do the things rather than fighting against it? And as that's sort of the idea here. I don't know if it's relevant.
That's the one thing I took.
Oh, wow. Okay, great.
Well, no, I really did. And I've used it a lot because it makes a lot of sense. And then it's kind of funny because my husband actually took up Aikido and
oh, nice.
And yeah,
Good.
as a martial art. But anyway, I just wanted to give you some credit.
Thank you. Vince.
Just real quick, I'm a stickler for words. I would substitute passion for emotion. Emotion kind of infers absolutely no substance or factual background. It's just blubbering. Passion is I'm really committed to this, and I'm going to, forcefully say what I'm going to say. So emotion, passion, not synonyms.
Okay. Yeah.
Just like eager and anxious.
Eager and anxious.
Not synonyms.
More on this? We're getting somewhere in terms of some principles. There's some tension here as well in terms of how these are outlined. Our thought was to take a break. We had sort of a working break and then move right into the committees. I'll just note, that we're not exactly on time in terms of the agenda, but I kind of feel like this has been discussion that has been meaningful and fruitful, and we're going to build on it. So, can I get go back to so this is the working break.
It's paused. Sorry.
Okay. So just in terms of board role principles, we're going to come back to that at the end of the day. Rather than turning to a partner, we're gonna give you a 10-minute break. And we're going to kind of move into more substance of the board itself. So we're going to move into the critical opportunity that you see during your term as director. We're going to take kind of like I'm going to encourage you during the break to find somebody that you haven't worked with before, that you haven't sort of engaged with before, haven't had a chance to talk with. And so we're going to take about a 10-minute break. Would love it to come back if you find a partner you'd share that sort of that aspect of them. The most critical opportunity during your term as a director, and we're going to kind of lead into the committee work plans, and we're going to start to talk about those and the goals for this board going forward. Okay, so I don't have a watch.
11:20.
So by 11:20, we'll come back and then we'll get you organized into the committee work plans. Ready, set, go.
I know. We've not had any. We've not really had any.
No, let's go over here.
Melanie, I guess you and I should confer since we're not on the board. It's that. I'm just saying. So we're not like. Yeah, I mean, I assume we're not participating. I'm not certain. I mean, he indicated that it's great that individuals. It's on that. Also, this I'm just sharing because that's what. Yes. You said it to Michelle. I saw an email from Michelle that said she would get something. Yeah. Unless I'm crazy. So they'll have an opportunity.
It's just like the hard program. That's what we did. That's how I imagined it. That's the way. That's perfect. Perfect. That's perfect. Thank you. And hoping it, and I'm like, it's 7. It happened, and so that's really like assumption.
Where is there regarding?
Well, I'm so glad. It's just- Yeah, exactly. But outside of that.
Okay, just, all right.
Yeah, I just want to coordinate it. That's like 3 big items, like during. And now we can. Not saying no. Just like, what is her name? Yeah. I want her to get back. That's gonna be vital. Those are just 3 items, For another. What is the most important? I respect the autonomy of the committee chair. So I'm gonna do this. This is something that the committee wants. We can try to pass. But yeah, and that makes my life. He's not bad.
I don't. It's hilarious.
Alrighty, folks, please make your way back to your seats. We're gonna get started again. All right, folks. I hope you all had an opportunity to chat with one of your fellow directors. As we suggested, maybe somebody you haven't worked very closely with in the past. And we posed this question. We just want to kind of recap real briefly how your conversations went. What do you see as the most critical opportunity during your term as director, or maybe one of the most critical opportunities? Do we have a volunteer to briefly share okay, Chris and Troy.
Is this, yes, kind of, it's not as loud as I'd like it to be. I can't hear anything, but anyway, but no, it's fine. Raising a lot more money for transit from the voters. I think it's been 20 years last year that we went to the ballot last and actually got additional funding. And there are so many projects out there that people want to build, whether that is additional BRT projects in Denver, whether that is completing, the N line, whether that is, additional things like the FF and the commuter bus lanes. If we are able to make this agency popular, and then we go and create the right governance structures for transit funding districts, so that we can raise money not just district wide, but in Denver Aurora, in Boulder Broomfield, in the different communities at different rates. I think we can raise substantial cash to create more transit in the region. Other transit agencies have done this, but it's going to take 6 years. It's going to take us working with a very long time horizon to get to a point where we can pass those ballot measures, set up all the things, and have projects ready to go so that we can go to the voters, for example, in Adams County, and say, give us more money. We'll double track the A line. We'll make it 15 minutes. We'll get it all the way up. We'll do all of these things. We have to be ambitious, but I think it's on the table. I really do.
So in very brief, oversimplified summary, dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign.
Correct.
And I think that kind of relates back to this idea too of perhaps it was Patrick or Chris, somebody on the side of the room, sharing this idea of urgency and patience. So like you're saying, there's a long timeline for seeing the benefits of this action, but during your term to act on this perhaps urgently. So and improving service with that money, which many of you have already talked about and shared during our individual conversations. Did anyone else talk about this funding dynamic and the need for the agency to earn money? I saw some heads nodding, hands up. Matt, would you like to speak to that at all?
We want to get to the point where we can expand service, and that's I don't know that I think Chris covered it pretty good.
Great. Thank you. Brett, I saw your hand up as well, and then Kathleen.
Thank you. I like the idea of sharing what our partner's idea was,
Sure.
but I will not speak for him. My vision was more so, and what really one of the things that drove me to run is recognizing that there's an alignment in the state of Colorado, and I believe that there is, that the state legislator, the state executive, and the people, as proof with 7A, are all wanting and desiring better and more transit. And I think that these opportunities don't come along very often to really that like a lot of different parts of the government are talking about it. The people are talking about it. That what I think I want to see in my term is taking advantage of that, which means making substantial investments in transit and then setting the vision for the future, whether that means raising money, expanding transit, or changing what we have into something that works better for our people. And that kind of goes along with what Chris said. I really believe that people all over are demanding more transit. And then Ian, can I speak for you too? He wanted to activate the Welton corridor and finish the L line finally. So I think I agree with.
Gotcha. So again, you understanding there's kind of a desire for this funding, meeting the moment and having an opportunity to leverage the political will and the general popular opinion towards that end, improving service, for example, with the Welton Corridor.
Yeah, and I would just say, I think the last time the stars aligned like this with a motivated group of people on the board of directors and with people in government wanting it was about 22 years ago, around 2003. So.
Has anyone, oh, Kathleen, please ask.
I'm kind of in a probably a minority in the board in that I don't want to raise more money. I want to use what we have effectively and I want it to be better. So my goal isn't to raise more money. It's to work on the diversification of the fund so that that's taken care of. But why build something if we aren't doing the core well? So right now, as the most critical opportunity is to pull back and to do the things we should be doing excellently. Because right now, if you continue to build what we have, people see trains that have nobody on them. That is my biggest complaint. People say, I drive by the bus, I drive by the train, and no one's on it. I'm not funding anything more. So the critical opportunity is to do what we should do extremely well before we build bigger. And maybe we don't need bigger. I mean, living in Colorado, we don't necessarily need the entire state having transit. People like their cars. And I understand that that's probably not the most popular thing here in this group. But I come from a place where I want my car because I want to go to the mountains. I don't want to be on a train that only takes me to certain locations. So I think what we need to do is do what we do well before we move on.
Thank you, Kathleen. Any other folks who we maybe haven't heard from first? Or sure.
I would just say that, Kathleen and I actually agree a lot more than maybe it's obvious. And that is that if you want people to give you more money, the first thing you need to do for any business is make it healthy, make it productive at the scale that it's at. So yeah, I think that, for me to be able to go out and tax people in a way she doesn't like, the first thing we have to do is make our TD functional, successful, awesome with the money we have right now.
I think that's a great example of kind of some of the principles we talked about already, right? You're listening to each other, respecting a difference of opinion, but realizing where there is maybe some overlap that, you can use to work together. Did anyone else talk about that, similar ideas? How about maybe we'll take one or two more ideas, and we do want to move on to the work plans where you get a chance to actually kind of dive into some of these ideas and put them into action. But would anyone like to share any other takeaways before we do so? Takeaways from your discussion? All right. Well, if at any point something comes to mind, please share. I think we're gonna, once the PowerPoint is back up and running, we're gonna want to dive into our two standing committee work plans. You'll notice there are two tables on other sides of the room. We're going to get up and move in a moment. But first, just for a little bit of context, these work plans are really focused on what you all want to accomplish in your committees in 2025. And there's a lot that you already have to do. There's a lot that may be legally obligated or that is already in the pipeline. And so to balance that with all, as Julian has already pointed out, with goal number 3 of including more director-initiated action items and policy objectives, we want you to really try to work together as a group and understand what your shared priorities are, which is not to say that we won't get to the other things, but really to kind of, let's focus first on where there's a lot of support among the board, a lot of excitement, a lot of maybe information, a lot of already open communication about certain ideas that we can incorporate into our work plans. This is focused today on finance and planning and operations, safety, and security, the two main standing committees. We only have so much time today. I know there's a lot other ideas we could talk about, but for today, we really want you to focus on those two committees and those the most critical issues that are facing those committees and what you hope to accomplish. As I said, there are many things to consider, including what is already to be accomplished and what is already included in the draft work plans that hopefully you all were able to take a look at and have already had a voice in drafting. But of course, because there are a lot of other ideas that have been shared, particularly through that project, the policy objective form, we want to make sure that there's a certain amount of flexibility in the work plan so that you can accommodate future opportunities as they arise and as new information is presented and so on. And of course, by doing so, we open up the opportunity to pursue some of your additional director-initiated items as they come up, and like we said, as sort of the years changes and circumstances change. And this one here at the bottom that's a little bit blocked is just trying to be cognizant of requests of staff and how agency and staff support is needed for a lot of these requests. And that might look like trying to reduce, duplicate requests and taking advantage of information that is already available, and really sort of capitalizing on what already exists and is available to you all. We, as many of you know, and have contributed to, there's a policy objectives form that Jack shared this week that has a lot of different ideas on it. These are not all of them. These are sort of some of them, especially for finance and planning. There's ideas about expanding the bus service, adjusting planning timelines, just in general, increasing ridership. A lot of different kind of ideas there. There are more that are included. And in operations, safety, or for OSS, there's certainly a lot more that were on the list. This is sort of just a demonstration, just a few, just kind of a demonstration of the many ideas that you all are bringing to the table. And I won't read through all of these. And these are also sort of our attempt to summarize and title a lot of these ideas. But this is really just to demonstrate that there's a lot of, what did we say? There's a lot of passion, emotion, a lot of information, a lot of excitement around many of these ideas. And it's hard to accomplish all of those and do all of them well. And given that there is limited time, certainly throughout this year, we want to encourage you all to focus on 3 main priorities for 2025 for each of your committees. And to that end, in our discussion groups, these general questions should help guide the conversation. Finance or F&P is going to do their thing and focus on their work plan. OSS is going to focus on their work plan. There's no overlap in committee assignments, so we will break into those 2 breakout groups and really discuss where there's agreement regarding 3 priorities. Again, we really want to try and narrow these down. That's not to say that we can't do other things, but we want to focus on where there is broad agreement first. And think about how those fit into the year. What is the timeline and sequence, especially given that there are already items on these draft work plans. And as we go through this, start to think about what expectations you have for information sharing, which is helpful both for understanding your own workload as a director and what you need to kind of process through and what you need to make informed decisions, but also to be cognizant of requests of staff as we kind of move through the year and they're incorporated, or rather included in this work planning process. Are there any questions off the bat about this?
Thank you so much, Patrick. Yeah, so why I had it where I was actually the one requesting it, full transparency, to 3 main priorities. Last year during our retreat, one, I think we've gotten to more of an efficient system, because during our retreat last year, it was, it was basically directors were kind of saying, I want this added to the work plan. And from a personal standpoint, myself and Troy, as the chair and vice chair of OSS, I was writing down and scribing what I was hearing from directors. And then I was like, okay, I think these are 3 main ones that we want to add on. The whole idea is that everyone has had much more time this year to think about what they want added to their work plans, and for you all to discuss. Joyanne and Ian will facilitate the conversation for OSS. Michael and Karen will facilitate the conversation for FNP, okay? And again, the whole idea of the time right now is figuring out, what do you want to prioritize? What do you want to see on your work plans in 2025? And why I say 3 items is, as you've probably already seen, there's plenty of stuff we need to get done as a board of directors from FNP. There's plenty of items we need to get done for OSS. So we start with the 3. Because, again, if we get lost, less is more in this case. If we're trying to hit all these different items and putting it on your work plans, there's a fair chance that you might not get to any of the items. So think about, prioritize what are your top 3 when it comes down to what you want added to your work plans. That would be my challenge. Again, the point of this exercise is, 1, for you guys to discuss, what do you want to see in 25? Learn to collaborate with one another, making sure everyone in your group is getting a chance to add to the conversation. That's what's going to be important. That's how we're going to work well with one another going forward. So that would be my challenge. Again, it's 7 of you in F&P, 7 of you when it comes down to OSS. Your committee chairs, committee vice chairs will be the ones facilitating the conversation, and what they hear from this retreat when they have their meetings, planning out our work plans, they'll say, this is what we heard as our top priorities. This is what we want to see added. So again, less is more in this case. But this is the whole idea, is for us to have a healthy conversation, for us to disagree, which is totally okay. And again, come to a consensus of this is what we want seen. Again, challenge, what are those 3 big items you want to see added? So, perfect.
Then I think without further ado, we are gonna, let's say that F&P goes in this back corner over here, and then OSS can go past the coffee towards the other end of the room.
Over here, between Genoa and Nice, I have family that lives in Savona on the coast. So I got to visit more than a few years ago, but yeah, it's my favorite place in the world, actually. Yeah, it's beautiful. So we I don't know,
right? That's funny.
we love our house where we're at. Yeah. You can still travel. They got the high-speed rail. You can take advantage of it.
There's nothing here, there's no objectives, and then it's not. Sure. But I'm sorry.
Didn't get it in the reasons. What would you need from OSS? Something work plan.
Okay, so a couple of things, let's not call it the Broncos ride.
Special service.
But we do have a special services umbrella, but what are we trying to solve for?
To get service to major sporting events.
So just major sporting events. So I pose this because just as you engage with people, when I'm out on this system, I engage with people. Why is it only sporting events? When we look at what's happening, for instance, at
it doesn't happen.
Okay.
I wanted to limit it in a way that allowed you guys to do basically a pilot version.
Well, but that's why I'm asking the question, because right now it seems on the face of it, if we do use that moniker of Broncos ride,
it would be harder to.
That's my point. And so why can't I, as an individual, go to the monster truck show that's there? So
what is the right way to?
Right. But it would have to be a route, like a supplemental route. This is no different than other transit agencies. Utilizing a clear-cut example, like special time of year, we do something because you and I have talked about this. You've read the charter regulations, great. And what I mean by that is we have to implement this so everybody can utilize the system. So if I'm standing out on a corner, I can still pick up the service. So basically thinking about it in those terms. So if it's from the Operations Safety and Security Committee, it's more or less, all right, so here we are working towards, air quotes, some resolution whereby we're talking about identifying supplemental services outside of the norm of regularly scheduled services, but it has to be done in such a way where they are recurring. It's very analogous because it could be seasonal, right? Because we do offer service.
Sunday only service that runs from X to Y.
Exactly, that kind of thing. So then we're not being disparate in our treatment. We're not causing disproportionate burdens as well.
Supplement, so we're talking about supplemental service to large events.
Right, and this would be done in such a way so the workforce could bid on it on a seasonal level, and then we're not doubling back, whereby we're asking people to volunteer overtime because we have this factored in, and being good fiduciaries, we already know what that block.
It's baked in.
So we have the block of work that they're doing and so forth. So if we're gonna interline and you take something off and we know something's gonna start.
So if we're doing September, if we're starting service in September, that would be in May service changes?
No.
Or that would be?
No. So basically, we have, say your question again, because I'm not, because
Basically,
we
if
have,
want to start running these buses in September. Yeah. You know.
but we have to have resources readily available as it relates to where we are. And we already have revenue hours that the board basically approved.
Yeah.
So for all,
Wait for 26, basically, is what I'm hearing.
well, I didn't say that. It's contingent upon what we're doing. So basically, if we had an extra board in such a way and we knew, then we could do some run cutting to see what that might look like. But I don't know what that might look like relative to what we're talking about.
So able to toward a resolution sometime in summer, basically, or protection.
You would need it before that.
Like what?
Okay, and I'm not trying to make
No,
it,
no,
good-
no.
yeah, because I'm talking this through, because basically, we have to have people bid on the work and we have to do the run cutting. So basically, where we are right now,
I know.
we're already having conversations around as we look at, phase 2, 3, and 4,
Yeah.
where that may come into play, say, in September, right? So we were just talking about that a couple of weeks ago. So you start early on where we have, so if you're, like now. Because you have to keep in mind that folks bid on
Yeah.
their shifts prior to, because we have to understand what the schedule is and what the availability of people power is.
So maybe we would start it later in the year in November.
Well, no, we do, unless we did an aside and we worked with the union and said, could we do a special pick? I really wouldn't advise, to do a special pick because we're upsetting people's apple
Right.
carts. Because these individuals are planning their life around and they're like, okay, I know I'm going to do this. I'm going to be on this route. You know what I mean? And so then you come in November and they've already done their pick. Yeah.
All right, that helps me. with
Okay.
that Conversation. I just wanted to get that.
No, I appreciate it.
Talked about it.
Okay. But yeah.
I want to fit it in. I want to do this the right way. I don't wanna-
I appreciate because that,
And it
get
may-
more flies with honey than you do with vinegar, right?
It might end up being basketball season in the spring instead of, or some other events. Maybe we have specific.
Yeah, because I
picks.
would say, like going to Ball Arena, since it stops right there, we generally different ball of wax. Because
Right,
people, yeah.
So, but that's, I think, just getting the ball rolling on the supplemental services for major events.
But keeping in mind, we already have supplemental services. It's how you couch it, right?
Supplemental services have to catch.
Yes.
That's what. No, I'm not. Because you're out. So what about person that wants to go to the monster truck show? Why can't they get direct service? Why do they have to do the conference, right? For their perception. So we're creating a disparate impact and a disproportionate burden. We could start, and I was like, no. So what are the problems which we're trying to solve? And I said, so we have to think about it in those terms. I'm not saying we can't do it. You read the charter regulations, you told me, but is it supplemental services and why do we need them? We have bus routes. So what is it? Because maybe we could just offer some different services on Sunday. I said, right, and it has to be that somebody. Any bus stop can stop and it's not going somewhere and it's deviating, but this is. He goes, okay, we can start. I said, no. Bit of option. So person, and I already have my home life set up. I know when I'm bidding on my work. So you're talking about starting November. Next service change doesn't start till June. So if we're doing something, these don't work with ski resort. So we know we operate it. We can do it. But it will stay up.
I think it's really, again, I hate to say it's a thought experiment. You know, not necessarily about being able to, and it's going to be learning how to. And really encapsulate this. There's a lot that it's changed.
So this session, they're gonna be back there for, I guess, I'll flow.
Got solve.
That.
chill.
I'll tell you one thing.
Yes, sir.
You want, here's my I will die on this hill.
Yeah.
I would love to see the land acknowledgement translated into any language of the ones that we talk about in the land acknowledgement. And maybe run through the filter of what would be appropriate to be said in that moment.
Yeah. What's your opinions on acknowledging in general? Like, I get it.
They
It
should
just feels
never be
like-
done in English because that's just self-serving. And it's performative. And it should tie into every aspect of what you're actually doing if you're gonna say that you're gonna do it. But it also leads to the question of, does the land need to be returned? So I don't know. There's a lot there.
And
but-
there is, like, I personally, I'm like, sorry, making the full mountain. It feels shallow. Like we're, like, let's be real, it's a bunch of white people reading it off in English, you know? I won't read it.
I won't read it. You're talking to me, right? In part, you're talking to me.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is like, I'm trying to find like the best balance. I get the idea of it. It just feels like empty and shallow. Sure. They're there, yeah. Yep.
I had a really interesting kind of conversation. So, you know Deep Padesha? He's the senior lobbyist for yes.
Oh, you know.
And I asked him, because I think he does this stuff all the time on behalf of our organization as a board of directors. It's a little process. How do you guys? Who tells you what to do? How do you
DPS?
Yeah, he would meet with the members. But it's essentially a board with their superintendent, who then
Go forward. Huh.
and so I think we should.
Right. Gonna go through us for executive. I think it's a conversation for us.
Yeah.
An overall reaching umbrella conversation we have to do as well. Which our work plan, it was 5 of us, and I think that was 100%. Because I heard it from them, but you know, excuse me, heard it from you and heard it from them. This sounds.
Hey, this is the thing. Hey, these are things I've heard from you guys. What do you guys think? Let's have feedback. You know, I know we're a little. Fortunately, I'm on guys for a little bit. Yeah, I'm in. But yeah, I think it'll be good.
I need you to, chair this meeting.
Right.
Or I need you to prep for this meeting because I have to go out and this is some teams and councils,
Right.
whatever, And yeah,
Yep. We'll talk more about it. Yeah.
I think two of you together to do stuff.
Mhm.
It's also complementary strengths and things like that. She can answer questions, you can give the answers.
Yep.
Put on your charm.
Yeah. Put the pretty face on.
School teacher, they're about as sympathetic as we could possibly get in terms of like. But we need the child. We absolutely benefit from the child.
Well,
I'm
it's a big
excited. I'm very, very excited.
Sure, babe. How does it been going over there?
Good. We've been talking about different OSS stuff. We're gonna do special service, so we're gonna work on.
Yep.
Whatever the thing, she really wants to do like a. We'll have a period of time on that. Sunday every week for 4 months or whatever like that. That hits a couple of stops in the stadium kind of thing. And it's like, wow, okay. Those games are driving this out, things like that. It's really just to figure out what that needs to look like. And why would everything how to get there? And you have to tell us, either we get something for this fall or for next spring. These days,
The Nuggets?
Yes, the Nuggets are just as popular as the Nuggets are. So we have that.
That's the thing, don't get lost. Like, right. The overall idea of the special services. So.
I mean, hell, like, going to, right? But yeah, so it's very much.
Cool. Yeah, I've heard she's doing a good job. Good. Good. Hope this treats me bingo and get for you too.
Well, I know I posted that.
Don't get lost. Don't. You guys are doing great. I want to make sure you guys are like. Cool. 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 All right. Have fun.
did you say it was? Something 40? I couldn't hear you.
So we technically on lunch right now. Like we're just sitting there. Big other items we can discuss.
I just want to know, like, what time do we have to be back in the classroom?
I think 1:30.
1:30? And what time's right now? One, okay. Yeah, that's not bad. We're gonna do as much as like, items, like requests for other options, right? Other than the first one, it's all that, you know what I mean? That is something, you know. You know, whatever. What?
give Jonathan and Patrick any direction?
20 minutes.
Okay.
Wrap up discussion. That'll get us a little around 1:30.
Okay.
And then I have we're going a little off schedule, but that's okay. I want it to be beneficial for everyone, for the directors, you know, it feels like I'm trying to get like feedback. I think people just want to get heard, you know.
These things always start out with grand ambitions.
Sure.
But 2 to 3 items on your work plan.
Yeah. So yeah,
Those things.
and then I was gonna have, so a little switch up, so then have the committee chairs just kind of speak of what was discussed, so every director knows what was discussed in the committees. And then I think we move forward to the 25 goals, talk
Okay.
with that. One thing I might be, success metrics might be the one thing.
Yeah, they
Either
threw that,
pass or
they threw
fail.
that in there, and I'm like,
Maybe I'll talk with them.
I don't think it's really, I would talk to him. We're not talking about metric, like,
Yeah.
I think they're conflating what a lot of people were looking for last year. I mean, the only metrics you could have, given your goals, is on this one. Like, we could objectively measure this. Through a metric, right? Like, how many meetings did you set up? How many touch points did you have? You could measure it somewhat there, but like, I think if you go down the path of metrics, you're gonna get into, you're gonna open the door back to that 25 short-term goal stuff, which that door got knocked out.
Yeah, this shouldn't, I don't think this shouldn't, it's gonna be an hour.
So maybe talk to him, really just.
I'll talk to, yeah.
Just lean into the metrics thing, like, we're just talking about goals. And like, to the extent that we can measure some of these things, fine, but like, just, I'm a little worried when I saw that on there.
Yeah, maybe when we transition, I'll just hit it, all I wanna say is, hey, here are the 3, are we good?
Yeah, and then just see if people have some input.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll shoot for wrap up.
since he's boy. See why.
Okay. Now I have to get the head out, and we have to put my hand up in there, and it's, you're gonna feel some pressure, okay? Okay, with this next contraction, I want you to push like hell, okay? You can do it.
Okay, one more time.
Take a deep breath. You got it.
One more.
Okay, he's out. Okay. Good. Oh, hi. Well, said, Mom, Jack, are missing. Just gonna stick around here and tweet or something.
Well, since you're here, Brady could need your help at the bar.
Yeah, of course. I think first though, you and I need to have a little talk. I know about my mother and Doc.
Not surprised. Everybody in town knew before I did.
Must have been horrible. Wasn't great. Especially since two of you were such good friends.
Some friend.
Yeah.
You look just like her.
But anyway, so sorry. She came between you and what I really am. I can't change my family tree.
I suppose everyone has someone in their family that wishes sprung from another orchard.
Yeah. I'm gonna get back to it. And thank you
Bye.
for hearing me out.
Where do you think you're going with that?
Taking Maxine and the baby to the hospital.
Spencer, you don't go anywhere.
He's coming with his family.
Not that happened. Maxine, you wanna see him again? Who it is?
I don't want to go. The man is insanity. Colin's a grown man who can make his own dumb decisions, but Maxine and his baby are my patients, and I'm taking them to the hospital.
Jimmy. Maxine. Yeah, sorry we lied. Calvin didn't want you to know she was here.
She had a breach first. Well, her baby seemed to be doing well, but we need to get to the hospital.
Yeah. Well, let's go get in my truck. We can't leave. Well, then I'll just have to send the sheriff later. We have an understanding, Doc. Yeah, we do, Calvin. I turn a blind eye to your drug business. And in exchange, you let me
I love you. Start telling people what to think. Yeah.
Yeah, so. So retiring next year. I want to get a impersonation. I got my Irish citizenship. My wife is working on hers. She's from Scotland. Scottish people. We have actually a bunch of people in Ireland. Get my Protestants. And they were born there. And they moved back to Scotland. Irish citizenship, that's the only ticket that. So yeah, we're working on all that, of course, a million things to make it happen.
Hey, let's get started. Let's get started, everyone. Patrick, OSS, Finance Committee, PNF, not F&P.
Yeah.
I love this. This is like one of the best touches in the world, which is like, anything you might need for a tough meeting. Let's do it. Lynn Geisinger, are you still with us, Lynn?
I am. I'm back.
Follow up.
Can you hear me?
If we got through everything. At least like.
Hi, Lynn.
Yeah, general idea.
Great. I can't hear you. No.
You can't hear me?
I can see you. I can see Lynn, but I can't hear her.
I've got my audio off.
Oh, I heard. We can hear you now.
Okay. Great.
Is there any way you could do it a little louder, Lynn?
I bet. No, that's,
Not quite.
I'll get closer.
There it is.
Is this better?
Perfect. Thank you.
No, it wasn't. It was just well, that's what we need to figure out with you guys. You guys need to have your own conversation as well. It won't happen.
Okay, we are going to get started. Operations, safety, security. Where are you?
Still on page 3.
Patrick Teese, let's go. They're still talking. Mike.
One, two, one, two.
We see our president is on a military incursion. Oh, today he went himself. I can only hope. Love to see. Fighting pirates. Maybe.
Fighting pirates.
That would be hilarious. Got like a promo video or something shooting at pirates. I mean, it'd be awful, and very inappropriate, but it'd be funny. Yeah. So it's still a bad problem down there?
Especially like
I got the opportunity to go snorkeling in the Red Sea on the Saudi side. So from my understanding, it's like the corals on the Egypt side are completely destroyed. But on the Saudi side, Saudis don't swim, they don't wear swimsuits, they don't beach, they don't have no culture for it. So a lot of the coral completely pristine, best in the world. Really? Almost as good as like the barrier reef. Because you can't really wear an abaya while you're swimming. No.
Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to have the committee chairs report out on first planning and finance, and then give the OSS folks just a few more minutes to get their stuff ready. Feel free to move those other pieces around. Michael, where are you, Michael?
All right, I'm gonna stand up here just so I can read a little closer. So finance and planning had a good conversation, lots of different ideas, but we came down to 3 as we were asked. We want to make sure that we're planning and assessing for risks and impact of federal dollar changes, coming up with a mitigation strategy, what trade-off discussions might look like for impact to our asset management plan or to federal dollars. What can we do? We discussed having a SWOT analysis for this particular thing, and we will rely on the government relations and executive committee reports. But we want to make sure that we have this conversation plan and some steps discussion in March and April to try and advance that forward so we can respond in an appropriate manner. Second thing was the budget process and updates. We need to still find that sweet spot of detail and transparency without it being too overwhelming. We would like to begin a discussion of framework parameters in March and then get the parameters taken care of so that we can get a full working budget going in June. That also is going to be inclusive of the conversation happening between Patrick and Matt about when we're looking at goals going forward for 2026. So not done apart from, but in conjunction with. So June was our timeline on that. Our target goals for making sure we understand what those will look like to take that forward. Finally, the request from finance and planning is to look at the inventory of RTD owned land and what opportunities may exist with that. To understand what revenue generation or capitalizing on those assets could be, what the role of zoning is in that, affordable housing, fair market values, transit-oriented development, all kind of rolls into that with our real estate. And looking at that closer to Q2 to examine any regulatory changes that need to be made and being able to report that back to our legislature. As they have said, they are here to support us in this work. And so that would be something we'd want to have a conversation about. Hi, Lynn. All right, that was our 3.
Lynn, did you have a question about that?
No, someone just dropped by, sorry.
Oh. So three, in addition to what's on the existing list, these 3 items. So looking at, planning, assessing the risks and the impact of potential federal changes, the scenario planning, what happens if there's a loss of 25% of the RTD's budget? What are some, how to respond and prepare, but not overreact to in this, I think dynamic environment is the sort of way to describe it. Finance and planning members, more on this, more you want to, why is this? I mean, I think it's self-evident. I think sort of most boards, organizations are are sort of looking at this, given the most recent pieces, but is there more that you want to share about this? Yeah.
Finance and planning, but I just, on the part about.
There you go. Yeah.
Sorry, thank you. Mine is just about the ability for like transit oriented development and looking at that. And I'm not sure it fits here, but so I'm just gonna put it out, but also like, how do we, if we're not doing a full redevelopment of a park and ride, how do we reutilize some of like the parking spaces for something that might be like bike storage or mixed, scooters, car share, different things like that? Like, how do we sort of lower the barriers to other mobility options being incorporated into our park and rides?
Okay. And that's part of then the inventory of RTD land and opportunities. You like to see that kind of, is there opportunities for use of, micro mobility options at the first and final mile kind of options? Is that the idea?
Yeah, how do we just make it easier to incorporate those into our space that we own?
Okay. And Ian's on the OSS, so we'll have the FMP folks adding lots of other additional things to you. No, just kidding. What about anything more about the inventory on owned land and properties and those opportunities? Budget process updates, one of the things that we've been talking about, again, bringing sort of a framework earlier, engaging in target goals by June so that they would be then, sort of, and particularly around those issues of increased service frequency, the reliability, safety, and sort of what are those budget implications associated with that by June to be able to talk about that. Sound about right? Any FMP members? Okay. Brett, sorry. Go ahead. Use the microphone, please.
Did you guys discuss any of the elephant in the room, like the fast tracks FRPR stuff by chance? Okay. Okay, cool. Just checking. Thanks.
So sort of the planning for sort of whatever that may look like in terms of the relationship with Northwest Rail and Front Range Passenger Rail, is that?
Yeah. Since it was discussed, it's not an issue.
Yeah, so these are things, again, thanks for that, Brett, but these are things that were sort of in addition to what's already on the work plan itself.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, it's good.
Good to double down on things that are already important.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice job, FMP. Patrick, should I stall for just a minute more time here? Well, 20 seconds. He's let's see. So what's that? I was just going to look back here in terms of the time frame. So expectations of information sharing for this, about reporting and communicating back to the full board. Thoughts on that, Michael, or other FMP members about sort of what makes sense in terms of these three initiatives in particular, kind of ensuring that the board, obviously the financial piece will be related to government relations and the executive committee. What other thoughts? Karen, go ahead.
Hello? It's on? Oh.
Hi there.
We did have a very good discussion, I think, about the budget process and all the items that have to go into it. So I know everyone here is interested in ridership or boardings, whatever terminology we use. And we've had that discussion about setting goals for 2026, but we also have to figure out what the goal is going to be and then cost it out. So, for example, we were talking, if you add more trips to rail, the cost of that is probably going to be lower. If you put another complete brand new bus route on the road, that's going to be more expensive. So we were trying to also we'll need some cost estimates from our staff to see how much this is all going to cost, and then we'll come up with our goals. And hopefully we will have a complete board discussion with that. So, so we're going to start the budget process early this year because of the goal setting issue that has come up. So we'll probably start maybe in March and go through June, and then the staff will start putting together the 2026 budget.
Deborah, from your perspective, is that timing in terms of how that works, how that comes back to the board, just starting, any comments or thoughts on that?
Thank you so much, Jonathan, for the question. I have a couple of questions I would need to pose to better understand, because we do have the aspect as we look at our 5-year financial forecast, because when I'm hearing about planning for additional trips on rail, we're not just looking at one iteration as relates to the triannual service adjustments, but what are we doing going forward as we look at it more long-term? And then that factors in the COA when I pop by the table that we were talking about as well. So
yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, Karen, but I think that sort of adding more light rail or commuter rail.
drop the mic.
Mic drop. I think it was just an example, right? Or that you're looking for, so it wasn't specifically, it's like, what are those scenarios? I mean, I think what we've heard is want to focus on increasing ridership and reliability and frequency and reliability and safety. What are the costs associated with that? How do you, if those become how do you connect those to those goals? So I don't think it was a specific.
Thank you for the clarification. Yeah, quite naturally, when you look at a transit agency, the majority of the budget is intertwined in our core business, which is service delivery. So that's par for the course as we go forward.
Okay. More, Patrick, we ready? Okay, here you go.
Can everyone see this one? Should I move this up?
Move it up.
So for OSS.
That's not on.
Hello?
Yeah.
It is? Okay, great. For OSS, we had a pretty wide-ranging conversation to get through. As you saw ahead of time, there have been a lot of ideas shared for this committee. I think as OSS Chair Rusha likes to say, there's like 9 times as much or whatever. It covers 3 committees in one. So we just had a lot to kind of get through. And we first started off by sort of with a little exercise around thought partnership and identified some areas of resonance or overlap and agreement among certain directors, as well as potentially some areas of divergence or where ideas sort of complement each other in a way. And one of the most important takeaways from that was that security is top of mind for a lot of folks. And we realized that that affects a lot of different types of considerations and can be explored through a variety of topics. So that's sort of set the tone for a lot of our conversation. And we were able to work through a lot of different discussion items, or excuse me, potential action items and potential discussion items to understand what where there was some areas of consensus among the group. I can share a little bit about that in more detail, but would first sort of summarize some major takeaways around maybe 4, and I know it's not quite 3, but 4 main priorities. The Customer Bill of Rights, which is an extension of discussions from last year, realizing that there's interest from among particularly some of the new board members who were not part of those discussions to learn a little bit more about what this could be. And so we're aiming for a March study session. However, this is a flexible timeline because it isn't necessarily dependent on other inputs or related to other timelines, or not as much as some of the other things we talked about. So the timeline is flexible, but hoping for a discussion in March on what form that would take, how we would frame that as either a right of the rider or versus a commitment that RTD is making, recognizing that that has some PR consequences or considerations. Also how it might, what sort of funding might be required as a result of that. And so this is just really to emphasize that this would be the agency's commitment to a certain type of experience, but that could mean a lot of different things. And so that would be a discussion for the committee. Secondly, we have a holistic conversation regarding fare collection. And so this is ideally to happen pre-June when in accordance to the timeline for the 2026 short-term GMCEO goals. As you all may remember, several days ago on Tuesday, earlier this week, there was a discussion about this topic in regard to the short-term goals. And so by having a discussion item on this before that, hopefully there's an opportunity to understand how fare collection could factor into those short-term goals to allow the board to make an informed decision. This would also, we noted, relate to some IT considerations regarding kind of what fare collection, what technological factors there are regarding fare collection. Third here, as we noted from this discussion, there's just a general prioritization of security. It was top of mind for, I think, every director. And we realized that it relates to a variety of things, and security in and of itself is not an action item or discussion item, but is a theme throughout many of those. Throughout fare collection, hiring considerations, PR and communications, and sort of public perception, that security plays a big role in all of those. As such, this interest in security will inform a lot of the informational updates that would happen throughout the year. There, as we noted earlier, there are a lot of ideas that came through the policy objective form. And we agreed that not all of those need to be discussion items, or that not all of them are ready for action to be taken. And so we identified a variety of things that would first be requests of staff for more information, and tried to be thoughtful and judicious around staff time, and recognizing that not everything needs to be a discussion item, but could maybe be a memo, or maybe there is already a memo that exists that new directors in particular could get their hands on. And those include things related to customer excellence, like wayfinding, contactless payments, as well as things regarding community and strategic initiative updates, which, maybe the partnership program or different IGAs. There was interest in understanding a little bit more about Front Range Passenger Rail, but also recognition that we heard much of that story, or part of that story, earlier this week on Tuesday. And last but not least here, there is perhaps something that is most actionable is a vote on paratransit to kind of look at legacy status and ensure that those legacy status for paratransit riders could be done in conjunction with the next service plan update. Did I miss anything? There's a lot of, you can see the kind of mad scribblings ahead of time to get us here. So there's a lot of wide-ranging conversation. I think we covered a lot. But thank you. Would anyone from OSS, perhaps Chair Reacher or Vice Chair Harwick, either of you, any additional things or clarifications or corrections?
We also want to have an ad hoc committee to study the L line / Welton Street corridor and its continuation.
There was also mention of an ad hoc committee focused on security. For those listening through the mic, Joyanne specified that those two ad hoc committees would be at the discretion of the chair.
Not a part of OSS.
Not directly a part of the OSS committee.
We were just expressing our deep interest in those topics for his consideration.
I'm just going to respond to that real quick. As a reminder for ad hoc committees, it's generally kind of the heaviest weight when it comes to it. And specifically with ad hoc committees, they do have work plans themselves, so one thing we can discuss later on in the future for those who would want to explore an L-line ad hoc committee or security ad hoc committee, they too would have what your main goals you're trying to do, but also develop their own work plan. Not against it. It's just the directors who'd be interested in it would have to work with staff and obviously take some ownership with developing their work plan. So that would be my main ask. Thank you.
So in terms of both of these committees, I have this. both of these committees. Questions about what their priorities are, what some of the next steps are. What we're hoping at this retreat is to get clarity so that you say, well, what's our plan for each of these committees coming out over the next the remainder of the year. I see anybody thumbs up, got a clear sense about what OSS and FMP are doing. Thumbs to the side, I've got tons of questions. Thumbs down, like, nah, not hitting the mark. So let's see, directors, are we good? Thumbs. Ian's got, I wish I had a photo of that.
I'm glad you don't have a photo.
So just moving forward, Julian had talked about the board board goals. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the goals, not necessarily the metrics. And so take it away, Julian.
Do we have the logo?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, I gave you a clicker. Not
Yeah, in all honesty, first off, my principal who I'm coming through, okay? Okay, thank you. My principal does always say the gift of time, and we've been at this for quite a long day, and I think what we just had as a big discussion is very meaningful, and I think we hit a lot of objectives we wanted to talk with this retreat. So I'm going to give you kind of the gift of time. We're supposed to be taking a pretty decent amount of time with talking about the goals and metrics. One thing we discussed, there's only really one goal that is you could measure in metrics, and that's goal number 2. The others are pretty much pass fail. So instead of diving into the metrics itself, I think that might be a conversation that we could later look into when it comes to developing our goals. Rather, I just needed to get a head nod or kind of a building consensus that the 3 goals that I was hearing from you guys, these are the 3 goals that we really want to see as a board. And as a reminder, the first one, establish an efficient process for the board of directors to create short-term goals for the GM CEO prior to the finalization of the annual budget for the next year. Background behind that, Matt and Patrick, okay, are going to be working with our staff to figure out what is the most efficient process for setting up our short-term goals so that director say is more impactful into the overall budget that is set up by staff. How that looks is it's a twofold process. One, we most likely will have a few study sessions looking into what's the most efficient process for setting up short-term goals for a CEO, GM in this position. The other thing that we'd have to discuss, and this probably would be a separate retreat, are the actual 2026 goals. So this would be several meetings specifically talking about making a more efficient process itself. That's the first part of it. And then the second half would be actually developing what those 2026 goals are. And those do have to be developed. The latest would really be June of this year for 26, so that we're giving staff enough time to react and actually make those goals. Yes, Michael.
Sorry, just as a matter of function of the committees that we already have, Performance Committee did not meet today. We need to work on our plan as well. But that directly will impact the work of the Performance Committee because that's how those goals come to the board. Also, are you meeting with the current GM CEO as you discuss this? Because the position of the general manager CEO may be the subject matter that we're talking about, but there is somebody occupying that position right now that should have conversation with staff to be able to do. Is that what you mean by staff?
Yes. When I mean staff, I mean Deborah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear because this is external to the committee that's responsible for that work. So how will we work with the results of that, or will they be reporting to the Performance Committee on results? Because I'm trying to understand where that reporting is going to come to for information purposes so that adjustments can be made to work plans going forward throughout the year.
Sure. And how it was planned out is basically this is kind of the establishment of a working group in which I asked Patrick and Matt to go forward with this, working with Jack, working with Deborah and her team. But the way I imagine it, it would be reported to you guys as performance to ultimately kind of give feedback as we go forward. So I hope that helps. Yeah, Karen.
The only other thing that I would add to goal item number 1 would that we're not going to be setting goals just for the general manager, but I also see it, whatever goals are set will be the board goals also. So it's for both of us. So she can't do it without us. We can't do it without her. So it's a team effort that we have to achieve these goals together.
Yes. So, and I don't want to get too lost in our words with it. Agree. Yeah, no. And I said that during our board meeting as well. The goals that we talked about were the ones that we as directors ultimately voted upon and give to her. And like Patrick said, we need to work with Deborah and her team and make sure that she's succeeding. That's what matters. We can have ambitious goals, but if we just say, this is what we heard, this is what we're going forward with, figure it out, staff. That's not fair to our staff. That's not fair to our constituency. So yeah, when it comes to the actual words itself, we're in this collectively together.
Yes.
So
thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Chris.
So I would actually push back a little bit on that from Karen. And here's why. I think that one component of the board's goals is to see the GMCEO's goals met. I think that is definitely, obviously, something we want to see accomplished. I think there are things that are unique to us as board members and as a board that are not things that the GMCEO is responsible for. Public outreach by the board, for example, being one of those things. So I think, we need to think of them as to some degree complementary, like, it included in ours, but that we have our own unique responsibilities that we should take equally seriously, that only we can do.
Excellent. Yeah, no, and that's great. A great segue, Chris, and to really bring it up where this is what I want to see for us for 2025. These are the 3 big ones I want to see from us. And again, getting into the second one, sorry if there's any other feedback with 1. Say,
Can you use the mic, please?
yes. Yes.
Just can you restate that for the mic?
Yes. So, sorry. So for goal 1, just saying what you need. Sorry.
Just wanted to make sure that was captured on the mic.
Yeah. Sorry. Say it one more time, Michael.
Sorry, conversations gone back and forth between board and Deborah and board, or GMCEO and board and GMCEO. These goals are board of directors goals, and the short-term goals that are in reference to the general manager CEO position at RTD are a component of the first goal, but not the board goals. When you're talking about the 3 that are up here on this screen, you're talking about the board of directors goals.
Yes. The 3 we are seeing right now, this is the 15 of us. This is basically how we're evaluating it as your chair and kind of as your speaker and your kind of your mouthpiece. This is what I heard. And basically, in my opinion, it's pass fail when it comes to us. We're not going to dive too much into metrics because, again, I see it as pass fail. And if we are successful in this, we would pass goal number 1 if Matt and Patrick go forward, lead the working group, present to you as the chair of performance. So, sorry, I hope that makes sense. These are our goals that we're talking about now. So, okay. Any other points for goal 1? Okay, goal 2. And again, slow me down at any time. I'm just trying to respect everyone's time. All RTD directors will expand engagement with public stakeholders to grow the number of communication channels between multiple communities and the agency. The background behind that is basically, I'm just going to be frank, there's folks who view this board as this behind the scene, shadow board that no one knows of. As a collective, just some folks potentially, okay? In reality, we're the same as the legislators. We're the same as town council members. We're the same as mayors. We're elected officials. We all hopped onto this board because we wanted to see some kind of change for our transit agency. We're the same folks. We're the same folks as them. And so the whole idea that behind this is that you're talking to your public officials, you're meeting with new stakeholders as well as that, the Chamber of Commerce, Is that other business leaders? And you're basically, as actually Michael brilliantly brought up earlier, is one, it's not only we're hearing from the stakeholders to tell staff, but also we're hearing from staff, or we're discussing as a board of directors and saying, hey, this is what we as a board have been doing. The whole idea is a vast majority of why folks might criticize RTD is we just haven't made that connection yet. I think I mentioned it earlier on in one of our training sessions. The town of Parker wanted to exit the regional transportation district. And that was early on in my first year as a director. And one of the mistakes that I made, and I'll own up to that, is I didn't make those connections early enough. I didn't talk to my mayor enough. I didn't talk to my town council enough. I didn't talk to my chamber of commerce. And therefore they felt there was a void. And so they went forward with what they thought was, bills that would help their community. Ultimately, both those bills failed because I helped with it, because I built that communication. So what this basically is doing is making sure people know who to reach out for. And as Brett kind of pointed out, us kind of being the experts of our district, they'll know, hey, Brett's the one I'm going to go for when I need to hear more about District M. This is the whole idea, is for us to be more visible, more connected, and the community feels like they can actually reach out to us. Is there any feedback on goal 2? Yes, Chris.
So I know we're not getting into metrics, but I do want to say that I think that especially for something like this, it would be helpful if we had, in the board packet every month, data on what each director had done in terms of community outreach. How many events have you been to? How many meetings have you taken? Accountability to each of us and to the public about what have you actually done to meet with the community. Might be uncomfortable some of the time, but I think it will show everybody the work that we're doing.
Thank you, Chris. It's actually, thank you for bringing that up. I've actually talked with Jack about this, and having an a document basically saying, hey, Chris G, this is who he's meeting with on Monday. Peggy, this is who she's meeting on Tuesday. I 100% agree with that. And I think we're going to have a document. And again, talk to us, talk to myself or talk to Jack. If you're just going and having coffee or meeting down with folks, this is what we want to hear. We want to keep record of this. We're all doing this in other degrees, but we, again, might not be documenting it. And so I think that having a centralized document to see where the 15 of us are at, I think that's a huge win. Brett, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I just had a question. Actually, Chris kind of answered it, but so I want to make sure I personally achieve this goal, and I want to be held accountable. But and I'm wondering if there's any other directors have recommendations on signs that say that you're being successful in this goal. It's hard to measure. Like what signals can I look for so I know my personally that, sorry, there's something in my throat. So personally that I know I'm being successful in this goal and I'm actually achieving it and I'm not just spinning wheels or something.
Yeah, excellent. Is there any directors who would like to talk about what do you see as success of kind of reaching this goal and talking to your public stakeholders? Anyone want to talk with experience?
Could I
Yeah,
just maybe
yeah.
interject and clarify, Brett? Are you suggesting that there's a difference between meeting and meeting successfully? Because in every meeting you go to might not be like.
No, I guess, yeah, like, is there like a set number that if we're doing like a couple meetings a month, does that mean like it's probably we're on track for being successful in this? Like,
What expectations are
yeah,
around
like,
these? Gotcha. Thank you.
exactly. Cause it's like what I've been doing, I think meets this goal, but I want to make sure.
Sure. Peggy, do you want to jump in?
Big question.
It's going to vary widely by district. And my example is that I don't have any city councils to deal with. The only other elected officials I deal with are our county commissioners. So Town of Evergreen, Town of Conifer, Town of Morrison, they don't have any standing really with like a lot of you all do. I mean, I do some regular meetings, chambers of commerce and everything. Granted, not this last year, but generally there's a conifer town hall held every 2 months where CDOT, RTD, the county commissioners, our state legislators all get up and speak. And we get about 100 people every time. So that's an effective communication, but I would wager that a lot of you all don't have models like that. But I also don't have any of the traditional elected bodies to deal with. So I think everything's going to be different. And so to compare one against another is pointless. We can do a scorecard, and we have an opportunity in other director activities on our agenda to report those things out. But I just think in some cases, to quote our GM CEO, sometimes you're comparing apples and fish. And so I mean, we can make it work some way or another, but it's not a one size fits all. Thank you.
Perfect. Jack, did you want to jump in?
I just have a resource that I want to remind everybody that exists, and I'll send it out on Monday. But last year, as the board was endeavoring to ramp up efforts to educate stakeholders in our community, we worked with our outside government relations firm Catalyst, and they developed a list that has many elected officials contact information, and that list was subsequently updated following this past November's and for those of you, yeah, exactly, those of you who went to the training know that list exists. So I'll resend that out, and that can be a great jumping off point for making those connections. And I'll just reiterate what Jennifer Brandenberry and Jennifer Webster said at that training, which is if you need help connecting with anybody, let them know and they will help you do it. And then also make sure that as you go to those meetings, you report back what you're hearing so we can keep a good sense of what the general discourse is around RTD and the issues people are facing. Yes, or positive sentiments.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Why don't you share?
Yeah, do you want to summarize for the mic, please?
So Stuart sent out the PowerPoint presentation that we all should be looking at and modifying to your particular needs, to your personality, and the length of time that you have to present. Because what I've done is I've been piggybacking with the city council member in Aurora, because that's most of my district. I've already done 2 presentations. I insert myself into his agenda, right? He sets up the meeting, I go, and then I hear from all of the community members. So I think that's something that's easily doable. And it's going to have to push you into the community to hear, and they're going to get to hear from you as well.
I love that. Thank you. Joanne? Okay, perfect. Chris?
Keep turning it off. So I mean, I've been doing this kind of work for 20 years now, as a political consultant and general muckety muck in politics. One thing that to your question, Brett, that I think really is helpful if you're new at this is, write an outreach plan for yourself, like 1 or 2 pages that gets at what is your goal from this. Like for I think to Peggy's point, every district is going to have a different end result that is going to matter. Maybe that's the, going to the right garden parties, or going to the whatevers, or going to the city councils, or getting, and, for my district, it looks meaningfully different from that. Everybody's district has a different set of stakeholders, a different power structure, a different set of really influential individuals, a different set of deliverables. And if you articulate that at the beginning of, this is where I'd like to be by the end of the year, this is what I'd like to have accomplished, it's very easy to hold yourself accountable and work your way up that ladder or through that process to get to somewhere specific.
Perfect. Well, thank you. That was great advice. And again, I think tracking how often we are meeting with our folks is going to be huge. And as brought up, what are you telling folks and what are they telling you? Again, it's a 2-way communication. That's what we really want to hear. And I think us doing a better way of tracking that, and I can work with Jack as well with this, is figuring out what is the best document to track that. Because I would love to hear, what are the comments we're hearing from Highlands Ranch? What are the comments that we're hearing up from Broomfield? And so are we finding commonalities? So head nods, 2 is good.
One follow-up question, if
Yeah.
I may. How do you all see this interfacing with requests of staff and required staff time to kind of make this happen? I think there are already existing resources we've noted, but Brett, please.
It sounds like it's mostly the board office staff that are gonna be putting this in the agenda. Is that kind of what you're asking?
Sure, and I suppose kind of if anyone has any thoughts about what that looks like, or Jack, if you have any thoughts or anything, but
If I may, so Chris indicated, developing a outreach plan or communications plan. I don't know how many people have experience in doing that. And so I would offer up staff support if in fact you needed some help in developing an outreach plan, because I look at it as, you start off with what is your objective, right? You have to have various tactics that you'll leverage. Who are the key audiences? What are your messages surrounding that? Because they're not going to be the same contingent upon who you're engaging with. So staff can help support that if you all wish. We're more than willing to do so. Thanks.
Yeah, Jack.
So I think the question was getting back to how are we going to report out on this? I mean, if there's strong interest in it, this could be something that we include as part of the board briefing documents. Side note on that, there's going to be a conversation on Monday about those, which I want to just a quick moment at the end to put a plug in about. Currently, there already is a report at the back of your board briefing documents every month on community engagement. And some of that, it's to those events that directors appear at that are not mutually exclusive to those events that staff go to. Does that make sense? Those are reported in there. So there may be things that you're going to that are overarching RTD events that are being reported on, but if it's if it's very specific to your outreach, those wouldn't be included in there, but it gives us a vehicle that already exists to potentially add some few data points to.
I think a big one too is by the end of 2025, how many meetings have all 15 of us gone to? How much time, how many hours are we going in and spending with this? I think that's going to be a huge part of it. As a whole, all 15 of us, how much time we're dedicating and how often we're reaching stakeholders. So, okay. If we're comfortable with it, I wanted to engage with goal 3, which is ensure a structural system is in place for directors to create an active policy agenda that encourages more director initiated items throughout the year. So a little context with that, to simply put it, that's that policy form. The idea of that policy form is one, it was help to kind of structure what we did today with our work plans. But as mentioned before, is there going to be a potential interest for an ad hoc committee? Is there going to be a potential interest for a working group? Do we want to make this a study session? Again, the hope is this is some kind of living document, okay? I do want to clarify, the form is not the golden answer to anything. It's a pilot program. Because as someone who's been on this board for 4 years, it did feel like, what is the best route to actually have my individual policy idea become a recommended action eventually? And so the whole idea behind this is directors feel encouraged to know that if this is what I'm hearing from my community, I want to bring this forward to the rest of the directors, work with staff, and figure out what's the best solution going forward. And again, it's a 2 balance. It's 1, I want to emphasize that I want to empower all of us as a 15 board. And at the same time, instead of having it where we're emailing Deborah at, midnight and saying, hey, I just got back from this meeting. What are we doing about so, and so, of course, we have every right to ask what questions we want, but how it feels right now is it's kind of the wild, wild west of, I have this idea, let's go forward with it. The whole idea of this is the form itself. And again, the form is not going to be the golden standard. It's a pilot project, is we can actually organize these ideas that we hear from folks and work with staff so that it ultimately becomes a recommended action or whatever it will be. Okay. That's kind of the idea behind that. I'm trying to empower our directors, and I'm trying our best to work with staff to respect their time so that we actually can have something meaningful pass. Does that kind of make sense to everyone? Joanne.
So I know you said we weren't gonna get into metrics, but like on number 3, I feel like, didn't we accomplish a lot of that today in our breakout groups?
We could. I mean, this could be on the way for the goal itself. The one thing I would not necessarily push back, but add on to that would be the idea that we can add still more items to our work plans throughout the year. We can have an ad hoc committee dedicated to studying the L line or whatever that ad hoc committee is, but the right structural procedures are in place so that we can actually have that ad hoc committee be created. So it's not, it doesn't end today. It doesn't end today. We added items to our work plans, but now we have to go forward with them, you know, and if, for example, if we want to explore an ad hoc committee, that's going to ultimately come down to me as the chair, is hearing what is going to be a work plan with that. So. Yeah, Chris.
This is what I get for being into process. So I think this is great. I will say, I think that when we say ensure a structural system is in place that encourages directors to create an active policy agenda, I think one of the issues that we run into is someone has a good idea, but there's not an infrastructure around it. Some people are very good at roping in a bunch of other people and creating that infrastructure and making things happen. And some folks, it's not what they like doing. It's not what they're interested in doing. So they'll talk about the idea and then it goes nowhere, regardless of whether or not that is a good idea. So I think the question we should be asking is, you know, what is the forum in which, and maybe it's the committees and maybe it's, you know, executive or something, where someone can just throw out an idea and then we can do some kind of, you know, hey, who's interested in this? Just is, you know, not like a show of hands, basically, to get a sense of, is this you know, this idea has been presented. Are there 3 directors who find this interesting and would like to work on this? Are there 9 directors who find this interesting? Because the latter should become, hey, we should really, you know, jump on this. And the former is like, okay, well, that's nice. Maybe you guys can work on it in a room for 6 months or whatever. But like, I feel like that, the first part of that process is the ability to surface interest easily and not require people to make a ton of phone calls and, you know, because that's how you can get the momentum going for a good idea, regardless of where it comes from.
Yeah, and I love that. And again, it's the idea of some kind of tool that's collecting that, because what was gathered from the forum, you were hearing similar ideas, you know, even with directors potentially never speaking with one another, you know, and I think that's really what we saw today with your guys' work plans. OSS, we heard security, 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 you know, that wasn't necessarily getting decided by any of you. Is why that was one of the biggest things I heard is when I spoke with you when you were director-elects, that's what I kept hearing. That's why I read from your CPR articles. I kept hearing about security. There's common themes to that. And so I 100% agree. And I think that'll add into the structural system itself is, hey, if a director has this idea, how can we go forward with it? Or are there other directors? And I can't give you the details of how that looks right now.
So the idea would be that
this forum, this place, this predictability, this non-Wild West, that's what's being developed in board goal 3. It's not developed yet. There's not an answer to that yet.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's in development. I don't believe we've captured this goal all the way through. You know, I think the first things that we've touched upon, like Joanne said, we kind of saw it during our work plans. You know, we kind of saw that was getting added into our standing committee. We somewhat have seen it with the actual form that the board office staff developed. It's still in the process. We want to make sure that this is as efficient as possible. So if directors are hearing from our communities, this is an urgent policy matter we want to see in 25 or whatever year it is, we're able to respond to that, take ownership for that, and find what the best action plan is for that. Yeah, Joanne.
Thanks. I just wanted to add that chairs of committees are also a resource for everybody, especially if if your item is going to come under their committee. So chairs can help connect you with other people, help figure out what information you need, share their knowledge. But I think that's also the job of a chair, just like it would be in the legislature. You know, you might be working on your thing, but you know it's going to come to a certain committee, so you have that conversation with the chair. But a chair should also be a resource, you know, irrespective of what their position is. They should be the traffic engineer.
Perfect. Thank you, Joanne. Yeah, no, that's an excellent plug when it comes to it. Because how I kind of imagined it, I mean, put it in simple terms for everyone. All right, Vince has an idea. This is what I'm hearing. Okay, idea X. All right. Hey, we also saw that Brett had that idea as well. So now idea X, we believe would be most appropriate to be addressed by OSS. Okay, we go forward and we talk with our OSS chair and we go forward with that idea, ultimately make a discussion item, make it a recommended action, and then we as all 15 would vote on it. So it's kind of just cleaning up the system for us as a director, cleaning up the system for staff, hopefully. So that's what I had.
Great. So we've talked a little bit about this already, and you know, I think we just want to confirm we went through each of those goals individually, and it sounds like there were some questions, some you know out loud brainstorming, but we really want to just kind of confirm with you all if these reflect your priorities for the year as a board, not as committees. You know, we talked through those work plans, but do these three, and I can put them back up, but you know, do these three goals resonate with you all? Do they reflect your priorities?
Some indication of that from.
Thumbs up or seeing 2 thumbs up? Wow.
No.
Any folks who are maybe sideways thumb or thumbs down? Okay, I'm seeing 1 thumbs down. Seeing, would you like to elaborate on that thumbs down, Joanne?
I don't know if I'm the fish or the apple, but I'm just going back to goal number 2. And in my district, I mean, I have I'm drowning in stakeholder meetings and I don't have staff support. And so I look at goal number 2 where it says all directors will. And then, you know, and then all this so I don't know if that is really a appropriate goal. I think directors should be making individual goals. But I don't know. Yes, yeah, I don't know. I don't, I can't expand any more public engagement. I have to sleep at some point. So I think, yeah, I think that is one where it doesn't really work for the whole board. And then some people have more support than others in terms of that engagement.
Oh, my question would be, are you documenting what you have and do we know about it? Because if you're doing like 30 meetings a month, that's awesome. I don't know about that. And maybe that's where that it's not expand, but maybe report or at least something, because I think that's part of what Julian's trying to get at and part of the whole overall public relations perspective that we're trying to get at is you might be doing that, you might be doing it, but no, we don't know about it and the other people aren't following through either.
Offer to amend the language saying all RTD directors will expand and/or report engagement with public stakeholders. Because again, as brought up, some of us are already doing it. Some of us are speaking with our stakeholders, you know, maybe on an hourly basis, I don't know. But how are we documenting this? Because the criticism that we're getting from outside bodies, and we will always get criticism from outside bodies. What does the board do? You know, how is the board engaging with us as legislators? So that would be, I guess, the one little amendment to the language to potentially, Joanne, I'm not sure if this would make it better or not, but all RTD directors will expand and/or report engagement with public stakeholders.
Does that resonate with you, Joanne? What is?
We can't hear.
I don't want to get in a rabbit hole, and it is what it is. I think that some of us need more support from staff. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I missed it or I didn't hear it.
Yeah, so it sounds like you are in support of the spirit of this goal that you want to be doing more, you want to be doing, you want to continue, maybe not more, right? As you said, you need to sleep.
I need to sleep.
You want to continue, stakeholder engagement is good. And you are proud of the work that you were already doing. And sounds like if you had more support, you could do more. And
Well, I
perhaps,
could sleep more, but maybe do more. But what
Okay,
I'm just saying is like, I'm running on fumes. And so maybe I don't know, maybe I'm the only one who's in that position. But I think it's just really district or director dependent.
I'm going to push back. I'm just going to be honest. The 50, it's not you as an individual director. It's not any of us as individual directors. It's us as a collective board should be going forward with this. And obviously all of us as RTD directors, again, expand and or document what we're doing with our engagement. Again, it's not like I'm trying to say we're playing defense, but we're always taking these slings and arrows of what does the board do? And again, I have to clarify this. I have lost money taking on this chair position. I have lost part of my salary because I've lost part of my extra curriculars that I did as a teacher taking on this position. And I've done a way more amount of work with it. This is a job that we're paid $12,000 a year. And legislators, if anyone is watching it, you're also not paid enough. I'll be honest with you. But the whole point of this is to show we're going out of our way. We're taking our time off. We're running on fumes to meet with our stakeholders. And again, it's either myself included. I can do a better job of engaging with stakeholders and meeting with my mayors and my town council members more often, or meeting with my chambers of commerce. And for some of you, it's the point of we need to just document it and show this is what we're doing. And if folks want to say, okay, why did they never connect with us? Then they can reach out and say, hey, we noticed you were meeting with X, Y, and Z. We want to meet with you guys as well. So that would be my pushback. I just believe this is such a strong goal for us going into 25 in the future. So yeah, Chris.
So I could 100% agree with where you're coming from on that. I would say, I would change it just slightly. And I would say all RTD directors will report on regular engagement with public stakeholders to grow the number of, because it gets to the idea we have to report it. And it gets to the idea that it has to be regular engagement, not, oh, I went to one thing. Great. Okay. I went to, it's, you're doing it on a routine basis and you're letting us know about it to grow the amount of communication, and the rest of it's great. The only, nope, that's good. Right, exactly. It's whatever's regular for you. What's regular for Peggy in her district may be different than what's regular for me, but it has to be regular.
Perfect. Like that. Peggy?
Thanks. In my case, I wanted to emphasize quality over quantity. You can reach a lot of people in one meeting. And so it, like I said, it varies with every district, but I think we need to not only report on what it was, but what was accomplished or what was decided.
in general, there is a support, and maybe I'm misinterpreting here, that there is generally support for regular engagement. When that looks like, we're recognizing that looks different for different folks, depending on the circumstances of their district, the support that's available to them, maybe the flexibility of your day job. Folks are in very different positions, which, and think even through our individual discussions with you all has been recognized as a strength of this board. And it sounds like maybe there's some wordsmithing to do to sort of capture that essence a little bit more in a way that reflects some of your concerns. But I even think, Joanne, something that's coming to mind for me regarding your concern is if the board as a whole, to Julian's point, is increasing engagement and providing, more quality engagement, that may alleviate some of that concern for you. Yes, and I hear that the need for districts, but we've heard folks talk about perception and things, and perhaps it's worth treating this like goal 3 as a bit of a pilot program to see how this goes over the course of the year, that can be revisited and maybe improved for 2026, depending on those needs.
Yeah, Ian.
I'm generally supportive of this idea. I frankly I'm not a huge fan of having to get up there and be like, hey, these are all the things that I did this month. It's not my favorite part of the meeting. I feel like it stretches it out and it's kind of frustrating, but I understand what you're saying. But I think that something for me, if we were gonna do this, like I met with Jen Webster the other day. We had a great meeting. You know, we're talking about like where there are some gaps. But to me, if we really want to make this successful, like it's sort of to go off of what Chris said about his engagement plan, but I feel like that's where you build that with Jen and with Stuart, and each of us sort of comes up with like this is what we want to accomplish and this is what we need to accomplish. Like, what are the resources that we need to make this successful? So while I get the like, you know, I'm going to tell you about it. To me, it's more important of like, I've set this up and said, hey, I need to make better inroads in Adams County. How am I going to do that? What does that look like? And we sort of know internally, like, that's where I'm at. Like, you know, like, hey, Ian's, you know, making inroads with Adams. Like, to me, it feels like that's important and I know where I'm going, but like, I don't know. Do you all 14 really want to know what I'm doing in Arvada? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But like, I don't really, frankly, I'm sorry, I'm being rude. I don't really care what you all do. Like, I just want to know you're doing good stuff, but I don't need to like the blow by blow.
Perfect. And I should have clarified that, and I own up to that. It's not us. I'm not telling you guys, you know, Kathleen, go call the town of Aurora and set up the meeting. You're going to be working with our lobbyists. You're going to be working with staff so that you're prepared to know what you're saying. This doesn't just fall on your shoulders. And you should actually be hearing from Jen if you haven't already, and they will be your support system. They're going to be the ones saying, here are the folks you need to talk to. Let's make that happen. Yeah, Chris.
I think Chris will be the last comment.
Yeah, I'll keep us.
I'm going to add something to that goal that I think is proximate to the successful completion of it. And that is all directors will craft an outreach plan with staff and expand engagement with. So basically you are required to sit down with Stuart, Jen, whoever, and come up with for your district, here's what I want to get, here's what I can do on outreach, here's what we're going to get done, and then do the thing, basically.
I'm getting some thumbs down from that. Just heads up. So again, in honor of time, I appreciate the feedback. I just saw a couple of no's on that, Chris, but I really appreciate the conversation. It seems like besides tweaking the words a little bit on goal number 2, it seems like overall we're pretty comfortable with these goals going forward. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. And
All right.
for
Perfect.
clarification, oh, I keep doing that. I'm saying we are more than willing to help, you know, just let us know, right? We're not going to just do plans for you guys each 15 because you'll know what it is you want to do. So I just wanted to clarify what I stated. Thank you.
Yeah, sometimes it's really important to think about like what, you know, in Julian's sort of in addition to that, which is, you know, people want to know, externally want to know, and in terms of developing your credibility and understanding, having a pulse to the ground, the interest around having that and bringing that back to the full body, there's value in that because you can strategize and so on and so forth. So enough about that. We're gonna take a break, a 5 quick minute stretch break here in a second. And this is our last topic for the day. And this has all to do with the 15 of you, which is you've had some experience now over the last couple weeks, getting to know each other, working with each other on the short-term goals, on a variety of other things. We've had a chance to outline sort of the committee plans for the year. And the question is, and in Patrick and my discussion, we heard a lot of interest in, I want to know that my fellow directors are committed, are serious, and being realistic about what they can and can't do. That I want to know that your fellow directors are showing respect, leadership, accountability, addressing at the right level of detail, urgency, enough urgency, moving at the right pace associated with that are taking seriously the short-term and the long-term fiduciary responsibilities. Right? I hope some of this resonates with you. I see some smiles on the faces. And so the question that I'm going to give you a 5-minute break to think about, which is, what specifically do you want to see from your fellow directors that would show these type of things. You choose what you want to say. And so we've intentionally brought up things that are somewhat in tension with each other too. And so what we want to do is get as specific as we can about as you leave this board retreat, as you move into your hustle and bustle of your existing lives, your committee meetings, your board meetings, and all of the other stakeholder engagements that that you're going to do. How do you know? What do you want to see? Sometimes in our field, they call this like a trust menu. What are the things that you can do that would demonstrate that you are, as board of directors, doing those types of things, that you're being respected, listened to, heard? You pick which ones on here you want to. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes. So that is at about a little bit before 10 of the top of the hour. Or I mean, sorry, 5 minutes from now, 55, 2:55. So I'd like to hear from your perspective about what you'd want to see, and then let's have that discussion about it. We'll come back to those principles that we talked about and the board roles, and then we'll wrap up for the day. Okay? Top five before the top of the hour.
Busy on mine.
So I would, one of the things that I, show your. So under finance, we have one of our responsibilities to sort of like oversee or participate in the writing. To state legislature, July 1st.
Yeah, good.
Get that card for it. So what I'm asking.
Run, Troy, run.
We can go ahead and, we know what pieces are missing, fast tracks, although there's still some questions. But it's what we were talking about previously.
Yeah.
In terms of, should we also have like part B or?
From what I understood, I'm going to say back to you. There's an opportunity to negotiate the requirements in.
Well, fiduciary responsibility, in addition to what they want, and also take the existing lines. What I like was fiduciary responsibility.
That's a value.
Why not start putting it on a list?
Yeah.
That's probably the most.
Do you want help with that list?
Interesting. Yes.
I would love to.
So that's why I was wondering, is this worth like a temporary ad hoc rail clinic? And would there be enough interest?
Yeah. What do you think about that, or what's the difference between an ad hoc and a working group?
Oh,
We could just
ad
do,
hoc just means it's temporary.
we could do that if you want to take the responsibility for the agenda.
Yeah, well, one, it's basically at this point, talking to the folks that have got rail in their district and see what their suggestions and ideas are. And then we'd have to get verification from staff as to the ballpark, how much do you think it would cost?
I would support that. And I can see that certain directors have been requesting for distribution that would.
And that, maybe also in this report, but here's put in a dollar amount, because like I'm thinking with the West, what if you had 3 of your stocks that had, siding to put in Express Street.
Whatever you think we should spend money on.
Sorry, the other day without any changes.
What you.
Well,
They just keep.
Whatever.
You could just go on the other side of the train.
For me,
I'm sure they could weave in that. There's only one train.
or whatever it is, if they're
Okay, it would be a matter though,
are they doing?
what's the term?
Switches.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have to.
Exactly.
Your
Yeah. And one thing I was sitting here thinking of, like, maybe I'll take action is like, I want to know,
doing something
public
makes it so
where
where
are the I've got a lot of them from Laura, Mayor Laura, but The G line is also really interesting, and I get a lot of
Yes,
reports.
yes.
It's also E in district. Going back to the which actually it was fishing. This is fraternity. That's not really real. But things like that. For
See, this is where I want plus dollars. I want the LX back.
Yeah.
You can take the LD, get rid of it. Thank you. I want the LX. I don't want the transfer. I have to do it every time. And I lose trips. So, because we're, otherwise I have to really drive down Bloomfield, which is like 15 miles away from my house. And then I don't have to worry about catching a bus because I know I'll just wait a few minutes and get that. Long time being in that service. So this is another place where I keep asking, I keep bringing this up.
So I would be, I think, for my priorities, I have customers built right that will take up my time tomorrow, but I have capacity to do another thing, and I can love to do the rail. And then once the customers will write thing, I want to try and focus more on DOT implementation. I don't think it's not, I don't feel like so it's very important that we get it right, and as we board, we just want to make sure that I'm gonna see what OSS does with DOT and there see.
And see, I want to know how much of our RT money is going to DOTs before our railroad is done. That's what
I don't even know. I probably know.
Why is it like you hit that suddenly, something like, oh, that's what's talking. Okay, then that makes sense.
Hello, hello. Okay, we have a, we have a little change of plans. And I think you're gonna like this.
Exactly.
I think you're gonna like,
Yeah.
you're gonna like
Guys,
this.
we're wrapping up. Let's come back to the tables. We're almost done. We're almost done. Yeah. Drum roll, please.
Okay, so in the spirit of time, one of the things that we'd like you to do is that we're not going to spend time having this discussion right now in terms of communication. It's something about self-reflection. So I want you to be thinking about, as you're leaving this workshop, the principles that we talked about, or around respect, open communication, being okay with disagreement, and also wanting that process that you care about what the interests of your other board members. About understanding and building and continuing to try to build relationships and build understanding amongst your fellow board members. To manage in many ways this passion, emotion, and bring that and channel that into productive actions, and to be operating on the basis of shared information. So these questions to you are kind of reflection questions as you're leaving this, which is that we're not going to have a discussion about them now. But what we would like you to do is to be thinking about, as you move forward, what would that look like if in fact you were demonstrating to your fellow directors, and if they're showing that? And so again, it's a give and a take. It's you get what you give in some ways, in that reciprocity. I really believe in that sort of reciprocal processes. And so with that, I want to summarize a bit of what we've done today. We talked about, what it is and what it means to be an RTD board member in this age, 2025. And this board itself, you are unique, have unique characteristics to do that. We talk about the board's role, the principles, the board's goals, those sense of those. We talked about the committee structures and what's going to come up for this. You should have a clear sense now about what's coming up in terms of those committees, where those topics come. The chairperson's goals, those 3 goals that we talked about, which is about creating a more efficient process related to both the GM short-term goals and broader, to think about the stakeholder engagement and the benefit to RTD in terms of your engagement and documentation with the communities, and the idea about using staff to help you to do so. And really sort of thinking about that last goal of really helping to, what's the last goal? Yeah. Or the director-led initiatives, whether those be in committees or otherwise. Sorry, I had an afternoon brain piece. Part of it was reading what I'm saying on the board. It was really like, I got to stay away from doing that. And so this idea about, you're going to have frustrating meetings. You're going to have frustrating conversations. You all need to sort of remember those introductions about what experiences led you to be on this board itself, and trust that the other board members are operating from that, regardless of the specific policy issue or the specific initiative. And I'll go back to our ground rules for today. Speak your piece, say your truth, and create the space for others to participate in that. So manage your time, manage the way in which you engage with each other. Know that when you are heard, if others are listening, that you don't have to say the same thing multiple times, that you can say things and know and trust that your fellow board members are hearing it, There's a forum for those ideas to be addressed. That's what we've talked about. And so I'm going to give it to Julian to sort of some closing remarks, but my thought is a job well done today. It's a long day on a Saturday. You got a lot done, and I really encourage you to be thinking about what it is that you can do to demonstrate those characteristics. They are taken straight from some of our interviews about some of those questions. And what can you do to bring to the table? What can you do and encourage you not only to reach out to your proactively to stakeholders, but to each other and to start to develop those relationships? So, Julian.
Thank you very much. And I know it's been a long day, but I'm on track right now to get you out of here 25 minutes quicker than we were actually scheduled on time. So first, before my closing remarks, I just wanted to say a big thank you to Grace, John, and Isaac for our tech side. Can we give them a round of applause? I want to give a big round of applause to Felicia, who is our transit police. Of course, I want to give a big thank you to Ty, Shrey, Marie, and Julian, and Jack as well. Deborah and Melanie for being here. Round of applause. Sheridan and Kayla was doing our catering, so let's give a round of applause for them. And then finally, Jonathan and Patrick. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, I'm gonna make, what's that? And Lindsay, our cart representative. Thank you. Give a round of applause to Lindsay, please. Thank you. Okay, so I'll make this pretty brief. Somebody who I really looked to as a mentor is my principal at my school. One of the first things that he did when he came into the building 5 years now ago was this. He ended his speech by saying, "I love you guys, peace out." And I was like, what is this kind of hippy dippy stuff that we're kind of going with? But I do want to just end with this. I truly love you all as human beings, as a collective board, as policymakers. We didn't sign up for this job for notoriety, for credit. We signed up for this job because we wanted to make a change for our public transit system. All of us when we originally ran, wanted to see something different about RTD for the better. And I truly believe we are on a constructive path to a better future. And it's going to take a lot of work from our stakeholders. It's going to take a lot of work from our staff. But most importantly, it's going to take a lot of work from us working all together so that we can create that better future. We will disagree. We will have our little annoyances with one another from time to time. But we're in this boat together as 15 directors. We're all elected from different districts, but ultimately we do have that shared vision, a better public transit system. Thank you all for dedicating your Saturday to this. And like my principal would say, love you guys. Peace out.
Just a couple. One quick housekeeping note. We are totally